Uh, Need to post. Yeah, what's up, Arbiter? Everyone on Nova's BS. Yeah, I'm trying to enjoy the BS. It's like the worst thing about playing Blaster is like, if you don't play a weapon that has paint, a lot of times it feels like you don't have agency in the match. Like if you have teammates that paint for you, then we're chilling, but when people don't try to paint for their team, it feels unfortunate. My inkjets are so bad though. Oops. I sniped someone out of the air earlier, so that was kind of cool. But yeah, I really am just painting and then spamming inkjet. Yo, what's up, Lily? Welcome in, welcome in. And hello, AI. How silly. We're getting a little silly. A little bit of silliness will ensue. Almost certainly. I'm enjoying the new Nova. I only started playing a couple games on it today. I think I played a little bit of it in Turf War during the challenge thing that was going on, but it's pretty fun. It's definitely more of an inkjet painter than its own unique weapon, but I don't know. I love painting in this video game, so I enjoy being able to paint. Shit is not illegal. Yeah, it definitely still has plenty of weaknesses, but just it's a true testament to how strong inkjet is right now. But I think there's some really interesting things you can do with mine. Oh, whoops, I meant to throw a mine. Oops. Oop. Holy. Right. I'm last one up, so I don't want to wait. Ideally, I'm in mid, but it is what it is. Oh, wait. I thought I had... I was playing Blaster earlier, so I thought I had Whale. Let's just say not the best play. Oh, okay. Bro is many steps ahead of me. I definitely enjoy the extra paint range on this weapon, I can't lie. No, I'm dead. Oh no. They got. Oh, team? Why didn't I pick up the ball? Should be able to just sit back here and paint, honestly. Yeah. I'm just chilling. Oh shit. A fall? Rebirther North America. The one and only. Although the rebirther sounds really weird. I don't know what that means. It's giving me wrong side of history vibes. Oh shit. Hey. Brother! Why am I doing all the damage? I'm playing Nova. Also, thank you for the follow. Peter. Remember you from yesterday. Welcome in, welcome in. Someone else will take that, surely. Wait, I thought I had it special. What the heck? I seem to keep basket open so we can score power clam. Alright, that's GG. About to say, he just in the game. Yo, what's up, Reese? Welcome, welcome. Narcotics Anonymous. X-Rank Clamblets. Yeah, we're clamming a little bit. What's up, Jamie? Welcome in, welcome in. Mr. North America. How many VODs are we getting through today? That's a good question. Depends on how long it takes me to. That's the fun. I never know how long I'm gonna take, but I have to stall. I have to play one more game, and then I have to go pick something up downstairs because the delivery person isn't gonna be able to get in. Then we'll get into the reviews. So hopefully we can win and then we get some points and then we feel good because we got points and then we're chilling. Take a shower, don't review my replay till I get back. I'll try my best. Wait, I got you. Did anyone else watch the qualifier stuff today? That was pretty good. A lot of new weapons being showcased. A lot of interesting sets. I said it before, but I'm on my also I love this walk animation when you're on a grate with inkjet. But I'm on my white male. I have a need to make a podcast. There's so much that I want to talk about from like the tournament that happened today, but unfortunately not. There's a lot of really interesting storylines from players as well as just like general trends from the tournament. Comps are never really interesting. Comps are a little bit better today, but I don't know. For me, I'm always interested in a lot of the decisions that get made. And also just seeing the mistakes that they make as well, I think is fascinating. I keep trying to throw mine with Alright, let's just say it's not my best inkjet. Fortunately, I'm playing Nova, so it does not matter. We just farm and build another one, and we just pretend that last one did not even exist. I do have to be mindful, yeah, so I have to know where Blaster is at all times, otherwise I might get blasted when I go for, like, when I jump up the high ground and try to paint. That's one thing I need to be a little bit careful about. Also, I should have had my inkjet already ready. Yo! That's an interesting angle. I've never seen that before. Oh shit, I'm so dead. Wait, they forgot about me? We're chilling. I need to hold down mid. Just get pain for the homies. So they're able to come right in. And I'll throw that to one of them. I always forget to throw the mine down before. Okay, they jumped up. Okay, this is not the, this ain't it. Wait, how did I... Do I have quick super jump? How did I jump so fast? I'm not gonna question it, but... Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, there's not a thing that I can do in this kind of scenario. Outside of painting. Nice. Holy, our team just got absolutely blasted. No. Yeah, they have a lot more pressure than us currently. Teammates got picked so we can move forward. Oh, sorry. Oh shoot, there's another. Why are they up there? Why are they up there? Are we gonna... Oh, I'm so dead. Roll. Yeah. I have to be careful about Buster on the sledge. Oh, there's 3 of us bunched up. This is not good. I should have thrown my mine over here, not where I initially threw it. I'm dead. Unless I'm not. Oh, this is not good. Nice. Again, I can paint for you all. That's about all I got. I could be a little bit more aggressive, but we do have lead and their team isn't... Like, their team is not that fast-paced. No. Yeah, that's fine. Nice. Alright, I think I need to go get the food. I need to be right back. Alright. I'll catch up with chat and then we'll get right into it, but give me about 5 minutes. Good. I literally just painted the entire game. Also, dude, does anyone else have any other drop roller shoes? I literally, like, I'm fine with the rain boots, but that's literally the only gear that I have. And to me, that seems kind of wild. wacky. No, okay. I was gonna put on something, but time is of the essence, so I misclicked. Anyways, I'll be right back. Oh, shoot. BRB, 5 minutes. Alright, 1 second. Alright. I'll try not to jump scare this time. What's up? How's everyone doing? Welcome in, Fizzyb0mb. Welcome. Throwing mines, yeah, we're not mine players, so we forget to use them, we throw them instead of dropping them. It's a little wacky here. When we play new stuff, we make a lot of mistakes. I need a lot of reps to be comfortable with anything. You frightened me? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought my speaker was dying? Uh-oh. Alright, I think you might be hammering it on a little bit. I don't know who to trust at this point. No, I'm kidding. Rapid Pro Deco can counter things like ballpoint and inkjet pretty well. Yeah. Fair. I like it to counter inkjet for sure. Also, where'd my headband go? Oh, it's over here. Oops. Me win. Oops. The way people implement it is pretty predictable. I think that's fair. I think as a community, we still need to like kind of learn and stuff. Because I know for myself, when I like think back and I play matches, it's just like not good. But I mean, I think that's also part of the process, you know? Like, when's the last time that a blaster has like truthfully been like meta? When stuff isn't meta, like there's a bit of a learning period and a bit of a maturing period when it comes to positioning, when it comes to just hitting shots and that overall comfort. Yo, welcome in, Plerm. Competitive Valorant flashbacks. Yeah, getting the angle is important. The spacing is tough. Crab's still powerful in ELTL, yeah. I gotta start thinking about what we'll do for 1K followers. I'll say thank you. I don't know. Do y'all have anything in particular that y'all would be interested in? I'm not sure. Maybe do a long stream so we can get through more of these reviews and get everything out in a timely manner. I get sad when people slot it in as an alternative anchor into a regular metacom. Where's the innovation? I think it's interesting. I think it has a niche spot, even as a backliner. Like, it plays a specific, interesting role. Drop roller sunsets. Oh, so you have other shoes. I see. Replaced all of my drop rollers with stealth. Oh. Those are the only roller shoes? Maybe. I have no idea. As long as you have good fundamentals, understanding and play with against those fundamentals, doesn't really matter how fast that comp is. Real. The fundamentals are hard though. Most people don't have fundamentals. Because we want flashy plays. We want the big hype, the big clips. Why do I want to play solid when I can get a 4K and get 200 likes on twitter.com? That would be crazy. Double splash v/RPDS structure, overused and over optimized. Huh. I still have to understand the meta a little bit more. I don't know how things are gonna shake out. Like, it's a thing with every new meta, is like things are gonna be a little bit different until they're not. Like, people are gonna play new stuff until everything kind of falls in place. This is like the cycle of every game. Whenever there's a bunch of new content, everyone's really excited. Oh, the meta's fresh, everything's fantastic. And then slowly we revert back to like what's good. Which isn't like a bad thing necessarily, but it's definitely a cyclical process. But I'm interested to see what shakes out by the end of it all. Thank you for the emotes, Reese. New brush has some serious potential? I think so. How ink hungry it is? Fair. I have not played it at all. Try to use S plus blaster, trying to push it. Yeah. Yeah, people are more okay playing unoptimized stuff. But I still think it could be good. We just need more time. But I definitely respect like on the brink of elimination and like sticking to your guns and still playing with what's it called? Still playing with the S blaster. Cause I'm gonna be honest, I wouldn't have done that. I would have swapped away to what I know, but much respect to Pro Try. I'm still trying to like, I still don't know how good Bubble's gonna end up being in the meta. We didn't really see a lot of Bubble play today. Because realistically, like, I don't know. I mean, there's a bunch of different weapons that can actually use Bubble, but I'm not sure where exactly it's gonna land. Like watching LR, only people doing stuff that's different. I think that's fair. It also depends on what you're looking for. I'm like hyper focused on like the decisions that people make. So even if it's like double splash, like the Starburst comp that they use to qualify at the end, like even if they play some very vanilla stuff, like it's still very interesting to me. Excited to see Cooler. Yeah, Cooler is another thing that I think we just need more experimentation to see like where we land on it. I like it in something like Rainmaker though. Yo, what's up, Sig? Welcome, welcome. Headband, God, I need more headbands. I don't know if I said it before, but welcome in, Plerm. And welcome in, Chaos. Hello, hello, hello. Main problem is map consistency. Everything having busted object damage. Yeah, I'm surprised at some of the object damage numbers for certain weapons and classes. Everyone learns Pokemon TCG. I think it'd be interesting, but as a slow process. I've never really like gotten into the TCG stuff, so I'm not really sure. But could be interesting. I played a lot of other card games, but we'll see. Oop, okay. Just play for clips in Twitter Cloud. New meta this season? It should be. That's the true meta. What happened when FTW trademarked the anchorless comp in S2? Charger was on top until it suddenly wasn't. Oh, welcome in, Sam. Hello, hello, hello. Howdy. How goes? You got all 9s? Let's go. Congrats, congrats. Bubble still gets countered by Tri-Strike. That's fair. I know that some people were using it as like an answer to inkjets and stuff. I wonder how it fares. Bubble applies toxic mist. That could be interesting. I don't know, at a certain point it'll probably be a little bit too saturated. Like if you give it too much stuff, it'll just be like too strong. But yeah. I don't know. I think the biggest thing for me is I wish that bubble, I wish you could throw it. I hate that it has to be placed like a beacon or a mine or however you want to consider it. I mean, there's a beacon in it, so I think it just probably is a beacon. But I don't know. It would be a lot stronger, in my opinion, if you could like throw it forward like a wave breaker, tacticaler, or just any of those other types of setups. Anyways, let's get to it. Welcome in, Rico. Hello, hello, hello. Splatoon Killjoy Ultimate? That might be a little bit too strong. And welcome in, Wufnik. Hello, hello. Alright. Alrighty, let's start putting in the codes. So I'm not sure who's next. Next, I need to color coordinate some of these tags. Alright, next is Sig. Speaking of which, did I answer your Twitter poll? Yeah, what's up, Bob? No. I'm not sure what the Twitter poll was. Was it the condiment one? Or was there another one? I'm just gonna copy and paste this message. I'm assuming Sig is here because I saw them before, but if they're not, here's a ping if they want to be here. Alright. Oh, shit. Let's go down. Oh, nice. Perfect. What is this? Painbrush? Okay. Scrimmigan's Legacy? Okay, okay. Zones? Flounder? I'm interested to see how Painbrush works on Flounder. So this will be some good insight for me. Alright. So one thing from, because I haven't really seen it used that much. I've heard Painbrush compared to a Tri-Slosh in a lot of respects, or just like a slosher in general. Does it hit over a ledge in the same way that like a Tri-Slosh does? Like, can you use it? Hold on, let me get the scene. Oh yeah, also we need to swap it up. Painbrush. Just so people know I didn't make a mistake. I'm not sure in terms of div or anything where you're at. Div 6? Okay. Thank you. Appreciate you. Alright, we ran out of room, so we're not gonna put the gamer part. Hitbox is very similar. Gotcha. Very good edge guard. Oh, okay. Oh. When wearing a backpack, which arm do you put your arm through first? Or do you put the straps through? I might be honest, I haven't put on a backpack in so long. Actually, no, I have a backpack when I move. I know. So I usually do like a swing, like I swing it around my back. For no reason, like I'm not even in a hurry, but I'm trying to think what arm I swing with. It has to be the right one. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I'd need a backpack to answer. Please don't review mine until I get back. Heard the Reese. Heard. I don't think it's bad, but it still gets classed. Oh, with bubble? I want to submit another review, but I haven't had a game that I feel is worthy. I feel that. Sometimes it's hard to find the right thing, but if you have any kind of like main question, like if there's a really interesting decision point for you, then to me that justifies doing it. Like it doesn't have to be the perfect game, because the perfect game doesn't truly exist, but yeah, does Painbrush work? Like closed diarrhea clinic. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Yo, what's up, Astro? Welcome in. But yeah, so if you're sitting like, or it wouldn't really be there, but like, can you do this kind of, like, can you slosh from over these areas with Paintbrush and like hit this? Or is it not like that strong? Oh, you can? False worse, okay. Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. I should probably like just play that weapon a couple games and just understand it a little bit more. But I appreciate y'all giving me some 101 on it. So let's get back to the game. Again, this is a scrim, so I'm gonna assume like a little bit more coordination in a lot of spots. So I'm gonna put things into that context. I'm gonna mainly review your POV, but if there's certain team-based things, I think it'd probably be a good thing for us to kind of go over more holistically. So we are Painbrush. In this chat over here, we're gonna resize it, but there was like, I'm trying to figure out, there's another program that I wanted to use, but I like forgot the name of it for like chat stuff. So I have to figure it out. Massive potential. Yeah, I think Painbrush is interesting. Yeah, we have a lot of slosh, Painbrush, Dynamo. So we've like, our comp is like, oh wait, is this our comp or is this the enemy comp? There's two Paintbrushes. Okay, this is our comp. Okay. So we've like full commit and full scent onto dealing with ledges. I'm a little bit concerned potentially about our overall paint output. When we have control, we're chilling. We do have some specials to help us like push out. And I think tactical or like kind of works. Like this comp kind of makes sense, but I'm not sure the difficulty and maneuverability in certain spots here. So we'll have to keep an eye on that, the overall paint output, and if y'all are in weird spots because you're having a hard time getting paint on the ground. And then we're playing against a team with a lot of, definitely more paint. They still have some ability to go over ledges with their slosh, and realistically in most spots you only need like one, maybe two. That's why I'm a little bit concerned with this comp, is that I think we might have too many resources when it comes to dealing with ledges. Like I know the idea of the comp and there's a lot of redundancy, and redundancy isn't necessarily bad. In certain cases it's good. You don't want to just like, ideally you don't want to have just a single weapon that does everything, but it just feels very, a lot of this is going to feel very awkward, especially on a map like Flounder where like some of these walls are very high. And so like there's going to be some clunkiness, but again, when we're in control, I think we're chilling, but yeah, this might be a little bit clunky. Okay, if we have control, I feel like we can probably close out this team, but some of the early fights are going to be a little bit dicey to figure it out. But there's definitely a game plan in terms of like how to use specials and game plan of like where people want to position for stuff, but we'll see how it works. Missiles might be a little bit annoying. Like a lot of these weapons, their specials and like bombs and stuff are going to be a little bit extra annoying because of potentially our painting issues here. Because like again, in best case scenario, like it doesn't really matter. Like if you're in control, like the paint situation doesn't really matter. But when we're scrapping it out, and especially if we're trying to like make it back in, we might have a harder time like moving forward in painting. So not sure if it'll turn out this way in this game, but that's the one thing that I see as a potential concern. I'm not sure exactly what our goal is as a paintbrush, but in terms of like range, does anyone know off the top of their head, paintbrush versus wiper, like which one has more range? Are they equal range? I would imagine wiper probably has a little bit more, but I really don't know. Wiper wins. Okay, gotcha. Because I was gonna say out in the open, like you outrange most of these weapons, but I wasn't sure how wiper was. Wiper, thank you. Appreciate you. So there's definitely a lot of opportunities for us to get into good positions. There's a lot of good ledges that we can hold, but again, if y'all get wiped out, I'm really interested to see how y'all retake and make it back in. Paint's wall's okay. Still very slow, but nice. Ayo. Good stuff. Your teammate should hopefully be able to clean up here. A little minor thing at the beginning, like you very much have like a set play and everything, but I'm a little bit concerned that like in this type of position, we don't really have a lot of vision. Like again, in team comms, like we get some more info, but like there's a potential chance that someone's like sitting on top of this ledge. It'd probably be called out, but I'm just scared that at any point we could potentially get dropped on. And if I'm the enemy team, I'm pretty sure that there's probably going to be someone in this trench early on. Because that's one of the key areas to kind of check at the beginning of matches. But like once you're up here, you start getting vision, you know someone's playing around this area, and then you can like look to pop up. So I'm okay with this, but there was a few seconds that are very crucial, especially during the opening, where we just don't have enough vision. I'm just a little bit scared. But again, hop off. Know your targets. Hop off on them, and we're chilling. I was gonna say, it's good that one of your teammates gave you a jump and that both of you jumped in. Because y'all should be able to start holding control. Yeah, missiles are gonna be a little bit of a pain from you all. We're probably getting a little bit too comfortable out in the open in this spot. And this is where I'd have to go into recon with this weapon and like try to understand what it is that we can do with it. But the first thing I would say with this comp, I'm a little bit concerned from a team perspective of like not taking the good positions. Because this person jumps out, I feel like your tri-slosh should just be here. This is why tri-slosh, I mean there's a couple of good reasons why tri-slosh gets picked, but holding this area as the tri-slosh is like the reason why you pick this. Because the fall off is insane and you just like hit everything. As long as you're map checking between your shots, you're just like super oppressive. And holding this kind of position forces them to have to use their specials in order for them to start pushing. Wiper strafe speed plus distance plus fall off equals paintbrush deleted. Yeah, that's the other part of it too. Even if paintbrush had a slight range advantage, which it doesn't apparently, the wiper mobility still puts it in a pretty good opportunity. But yeah, with the range advantage, it's tough. You have to be very deliberate with what you're doing as a paintbrush. So I think like as a team, we probably want to move forward a little bit more. Your dynamo probably could have thrown the tacticooler, just throw it forward somewhere toward their zone. It doesn't really it doesn't really matter that much, but we want to like hold good positions. That's part of like, especially in like team environments, we want to know like where people want to hold stuff. And like as a tri-slosh, you deal with these ledges extremely well. So you can play in this area. If you played something like a sloshing machine, which was like previously meta, sloshing machine's still pretty good, but it could do the same thing, but with the additional range, it opens up the ability for sloshing machine to also sit up here. So like if they start using specials or they start bomb spamming into this little pit area, we can actually back out and we can still sit here and like watch main ramp and stuff and still get angles when people peek. So that's one thing just to kind of consider. So as like a paintbrush or whatever weapon you're playing, and within your team as a whole, like you want to kind of figure out where people want to hold and like what that position is. Because I don't know why Try was in a great spot and then they just gave it up. Like just sitting here and doing nothing and just keep getting sloshes over these walls is really, really important. So. Yeah, I guess maybe we're a little bit scared that someone's over here, but again, someone else's role. And this is also a little bit of the difficulty of like the comp that you all are running. It's like it's awkward for you all to, like you can shoot over the ledges, but sometimes getting some of the paint that you want can be a little bit awkward. Like if you know they're there, you can deal with the ledges, but like if you had like a shooter or something, like you have an easier time painting, which I guess is the paintbrush. You do a decent job of painting, and like normal slosher does a decent job as well, but I don't know. Which missiles will end up dislodging you anyways, but we just give up like a little bit more space and we give up a potential pick opportunity before the missiles come out. And we want to keep the enemy team kind of guessing. But when they spam all these specials like this, I like that you all are pushing back. It's unfortunate that your try ends up going down, but yeah. And then the play from your perspective, again, I think you're a little bit too out in the open. And this is where I'm not fully sure where I want to position as a paintbrush here. Like, I don't know how the fall off is, because like, if we can sit like a little bit farther back here and just like hit over top of this a little bit and pressure that fall off over this, then that's probably a lot safer and a lot better. Because we don't necessarily want to be like aggressive in this kind of spot unless we're like already sharked, or if we're like sitting on like this kind of wall and like, oh, these people are pushing up, and like the play you did at the beginning, if we're going for those types of plays, it's okay. But when we're chilling like this, we don't necessarily like want to pop out like this. This is a really good opportunity. And like, unfortunately, they're moving around a lot. Like this could have been a really big play. So I don't hate the play. I really like the idea. Because you can slow down their momentum and y'all are playing with cooler. So I like taking these risks. But I think the positioning could have been a little bit more creative and a little bit less vanilla. Because like sitting on top of the grate is just not ideal. But again, pretty tough that you don't get a pick there. You're gonna have to retake, but you didn't wipe, so it's okay. I probably wouldn't paint base all that much because we don't want to give like the slowing down a little at all with our comp gives them a chance to like take mid for free, and I don't love that. So I like that you didn't commit too much time getting your special, but I'd be a little bit careful. Yeah, it's like we're looking for opportunities here, but the camera is just like very awkward. It's hard to know when there's a good time, so we're just like taking a gamble. Which, you know, our positioning is good. We pop up, hit our shots, and we position ourselves close enough to the ledge so that we can like drop after we get a couple shots out to potentially stay alive. So the way that you play is totally fine, but it's a little bit scary that we're not getting the information that we're hoping for in a lot of these positions. Which, to be fair, like in the spot that you're sitting, you don't want to like, if you push up too much, then there's a lot of angles. Like if you're just sitting on this wall, they'll know you're here, and there's a lot of opportunities for you to get spotted. So I don't blame you for not wanting to move up, but it might be a little bit better to like potentially play around like one of these walls. And again, this is where I don't know Painbrush's range. Like if you're sitting on this slick or unpaintable area up here, like I'm assuming you can probably hit this. Maybe you can hit this. But just like trying to figure out what your angles are and like what you can actually like look to start hitting from this kind of position over here can potentially help you in this type of spot. But again, this is very early into the patch, so you're still experimenting. I wouldn't expect you to like know these things at this point, but you know, as you continue to improve, try to look for, you know, like this play isn't bad some of the time, but make sure that we have other options. Because if we played a little bit farther back over here, for example, then we can move up this wall a lot easier because they don't have a good angle to like actually look at you. Am I imagining help using Zipcaster? When you're reviewing mine, can you teach me how to use Zip? It's gonna take a lot of practice, but we can definitely give some tips. But I don't play like a lot of mechanical stuff in Zipcaster. I can't help a ton, but I can give some very general advice for it. I'm good at eyeballing and knowing if zip is like a good, if your zip is good or if it's not good, but yeah, we'll have to see. Like telling someone how to use Zipcaster requires a lot of other knowledge. Yeah, definitely about map knowledge for sure. There's a lot to it, so. But yeah, getting comfortable with knowing where to Zipcaster in a lot of spots is pretty important. But yeah, I like the pick, like the play. Your team has an advantage, so you should be able to start pushing. Curling bomb's interesting in this type of spot because it also helps, like, because you don't want to push by yourself, so it gives you some time to stall and push the enemy back and kind of hold the space in their zone, because it's really awkward to navigate around curling bombs. So it's a small play from your part, but I really like it. And now we're ready to go with the rest of the team. Ouch. Well, now we're gonna see the retake, unless you go for a really big play here. Let them cook, let them cook. I got 2. That's crazy, getting 2 there. We take it though. Alright, one thing I wanted to mention with your push. While I like the curling bombs and stuff, as a team, none of y'all have like amazing range. So pushing all 4 of you over the top is very dangerous. If you had like a ballpoint or a heavy or a squeezer or a nautilus, like something at least like mid-rangey, which we do have like mid-range a little bit, I think it's okay for some of your weapons to push through here, but as a team, you should not all be going through up top. I'd want us to look for other opportunities to get around them. And like either using this kind of wall, potentially that wall, you know, this kind of, like there's a lot of walls. You can even look for like these kind of flank angles behind potentially. But there's a lot of angles that you can like make them more uncomfortable with. And I'd like to see us do that. Especially again, when we look at your comp, y'all do a pretty good job. Like it's obviously a lot easier when you're already on top of a ledge, you know? Like sitting in this kind of spot and like sloshing over this wall is like very, very comfortable for you all. But I just want to see more interesting angles of approach here. Because you make their life very easy. Like the curling bombs, it's a very cute play that I really like, but we don't do anything else with it. Like if we throw curling bomb here and then like look for potentially a play over here, or like, you know, maybe you can sit here and get shots here. I'm not really sure exactly how we want to play. We can potentially cling to a wall. But I just want to have other ways to like approach them. Because you're all going through the same spot, and again, they have like a ton of bombs. And they also have like a paintbrush that's like stationary. So like you running into them is very dangerous. Try to keep close just so it'll be difficult for them to escape. Yeah. Because y'all can still coordinate it. Like I can tell that y'all are like timing this together, which is really good. But we just want to time it from different areas. You can still get that same level of coordination and cohesion, but yeah, it's a tough spot. I also don't know what the special situation is in a spot like this, but yeah, oh shoot. But if you needed to stall a little bit more just so you had something to push with, like if y'all felt uncomfortable going for like these plays around these sidewalls, like we can look to potentially build a special. Like Slosh is close enough to where they could be calling like just, you know, let's play off of my tri-strike kind of thing. And at least you'll have something to like push with to mask what you're trying to do. But we just kind of go in. Forgot those places. Yeah, this map's really hard. It takes a lot of time, and I'm still very uncomfortable with taking those walls as well. Even as like a splash that can navigate those walls really easily. It's really uncomfortable. And again, in a spot like this, like we're just kind of like guessing. Maybe we can have some audio cues. Maybe we can like potentially see little bits of angle here, but like we don't have a lot of good map knowledge. Where again, it's a different angle, but if we're like looking over this way, like yes, it's a little bit farther away, but at least we have a more educated idea of like what's going on above us. There's a lot of your plays feel very risky, and if we reposition a little bit, it's less risky. Because even if you're sitting in this kind of spot, like you can still like sit on the wall a little bit more. Big swig with the rain paint, 905 minutes, yikes. I had to switch this weapon because I felt uncomfortable as backline. That's fair, backline's really awkward on this map. You're not wrong. But just as a team, like we're not taking advantage of the sidewalls as much. I like the plays that you're going for, but I want us to have more information. And obviously I can't listen to like the comms that you all are doing, but I'd still like to have you sit in spots where you can get more information. You have one of your teammates on the left side. I think it's a Dynamo, but I'm not sure how they're gonna play it exactly. Yeah, we're pushing a little bit from the left side, which I like. That's like almost a good play. But this is a little bit better in terms of like looking for alternative angles to like take fights. I don't know if we want 3 people fighting someone over here. But like we probably should have still more people in mid. Especially when your comp struggles with paint, but yeah. I like that we're branching out a little bit in this type of spot. But yeah, we end up in this weird spot where like our entire team is concentrated over on the right side. That's tough that your teammate got picked there, the tri-slash. Yeah. Run out of ink fast. Yeah, that's again, this is why like having a shooter or having something, a splatling, something that paints can make your life a little bit easier. Interesting. Can we take those? How do we play this? Again, this is kind of minor, but because it's happened a couple of times here, when you're going for these types of plays, I'd rather you start shooting at stuff when you're like a little bit safer behind cover. Like use this, the incline here to mask yourself a little bit. Because I understand like you want to hit this type of spot, you want to potentially hit this type of spot, you want to check this type of spot, but we can check those a little bit safer. We do have a numbers advantage, but if we're the enemy team in a lot of spots, sometimes they'll want to shark. The same thing that you did earlier on, where you were like sharking and like ready to push here when your team was technically in like a 2v4 and your teammates were spawning in. Like they're probably going to want to do something similar. Not that they're playing aggressive, but they're looking for you to overextend and punish so that they don't have to give up full control in this kind of spot. Like they just want to hold their side until their teammates get back. So like we have a little bit of room to be a little bit safer with our timings. Like we do want to be fast, but we also want to be very deliberate when we're moving forward, and we still want to be careful when it matters. And right now there's a good chance that someone's probably sharking one of these types of ledges. I think your teammate might be fighting something on the right side. But yeah, committing like this before we get any information over here is very, very, very dangerous. And when you watch like good players, you'll see them poke over. Oh, my controller. Okay, my bad. But you'll see them paint over ledges like this to get more information before they start moving forward. Because if you're moving forward in this kind of situation, like what exactly are you looking for? What play is in your mind of like, I'm gonna curling bomb and I'm gonna move and show my position through the curling bomb, and I'm gonna try to do this. I'm not sure what this is in this kind of scenario. Like, are you trying to push them that, like, are you assuming they're back here? Because if you think that they might be over here or they might be anywhere over here, like you're kind of just wedging yourself in the middle of them, which is very dangerous. So, like, it looks like you were very quick to have, like, you had an idea they were over here, and I think you can take a little bit of time to check this before you start moving forward. Because if you spot them out, then like the rest of your team, because you have a numbers advantage, can like move forward and support this play. But we ended up with a trade, which we probably could have found something more advantageous. But we should be able to make it back to our side before enemy team. Okay, I like this a little bit better. I don't know if we necessarily need to go for the squid surge. I don't like hate it, but feels like we just do it by default in a lot of cases. But maybe it's a thing with Painbrush where like the extra height allows you to more comfortably get more shots out. At 3K gamer coin, yeah, I need to update to give y'all things to do with it. So if it's Painbrush specific, then like that's fine. But it feels a little bit awkward in certain spots. A replay moment. This is good. Nice shots. This is another scenario where I just want to I'm going to talk through it a little bit because it is a situation that, like, I love you slowly painting and pushing this person into this corner. I love that you've done this. To be fair, Painbrush is pretty awkward. Yeah, for sure, for sure. So I love this idea. But in this kind of spot, we know that they're stuck over here. Very likely they're gonna, like, most times they're gonna be behind this wall and using the only cover they have here. But technically they could potentially like move ink and reposition anywhere over here. We're taking this a little bit too fast. We're still in good control. We have teammates behind us. In this type of spot, I would rather you just sit in some arbitrary point where you can start checking these areas. You don't want to go into an area full of enemy paint and not know where you're trying to look. And like you're trying to be sneaky when you're approaching. So I like your approach in terms of like you're moving over here to mask that you're moving over here so they have a harder time timing it. But we don't have to like get on top of them to win this type of fight. They're already stuck. I'm okay with them jumping out in this kind of spot. I don't want to put us into a situation where we're like potentially giving them an opportunity to get a pick for free. We need to be a little bit more disciplined and a little bit more in control in a lot of these spots. And I know that Painbrush's fall off isn't great. But let's say that we were just like sitting here, for example, and we were shooting shots over this ledge. Would that do any fall off damage? Like if this person was just sitting back here and we just kept shooting paintbrush shots over the top of this, like would they get splatted? Even then it doesn't matter because the biggest thing is that we just need to get paint. This person has to shark and just sit here and be scared. And so in those types of spots when we know where they're at and the rest of our team's like circling them, we just paint them. Paint is our #1 friend because it gives us information. Fall off based on distance, not height. Oh, wait, really? Distance a good 2-shot. Interesting. Okay, I need to mess with paintbrush a little bit after this. We're gonna chill in. I'll go in recon mode on this map because I want to talk about it a little bit because I think this is an important concept for us to go over. But also, I need to understand its fall off a little bit better in the training room with some dummies. But yeah, I appreciate you all describing it, but I need to see it for myself. But yeah, the biggest thing here, like I don't want us just jumping into the enemy in this type of spot. We were fortunate to get 2 picks here, but we just like, we can be big in this type of situation. And when I say be big, I just mean like, you don't have to be like stealthy. Your presence can be known. You're just sitting here. They're basically in like a checkmate type situation. So we don't want to have to go for like a cute play and like look to outplay them. They've already been outplayed because we painted zone and we forced them back here. They either need to jump back or they're gonna slowly get splatted in this situation because they're gonna run out of paint and they've run out of space. But again, it's good that you got a double here. It's wild to me that their entire team jumped in. I think they had 2 jump-ins to their teammate, which their teammate should have been jumping out. I don't think the rest of their team should be jumping in. They don't even have a special that they're playing with. Yeah, this is very dangerous for them. They shouldn't be doing this. So it's cool that you got 2. You know, like you had a favorable trade in your spot, but you should never die here. I don't like you dying here. And when I say dot, like you should never do it, it's like, yes, there is a 1% chance that the person that is sharking here like has a big pop-off play and just like hits you with a crazy shot. Yes, it's like 99% of the time, not always, but effectively always you should never die here. I'd rather them jump out and you not die than you get a 2-for-1. Like you did the hard work and then you gave them a little bit of an opportunity to, you threw uncertainty into the fight, which you don't want uncertainty when you're already in a very dominant position like you were there. There were 3 people there. Yeah, for sure. But like going into it, there was 1 person there. Because in this spot, if they're all jumping like this, as a team, you should all be able to, like you have a slosh and the slosh has a bomb. Like if y'all just slowly move forward while painting and throwing a bomb and stuff, like these people are donezo. The fact that they jumped in more people is a mistake on their end, but They could, you know, it doesn't matter if there's one person here or 4 people here. We can play this approach slower and still have a favorable outcome. We don't have to be scared about someone like popping off with like a charger or something, or someone sitting back here with a ballpoint where we need to cut off the angle. You're effectively at about equal range with them. So just, you know, your team controls all of this. And right now their team controls this little spot where their back is literally against the wall. So y'all can take your time with this. You're still scoring points with this type of situation. So the longer you stall them in this kind of dominant position, which this play will still resolve, even if you play it very disciplined, it's still going to be resolved within like 2 or 3 seconds, like max. So it's still a very quick play, but I don't like us just running into the enemy team here. And we can actually look at it from the, and thank you for the hydrate. We can look at it through the T-Tex perspective. Because like in this type of spot, they moved over here. If they hit their shots, like they could get this pick for free. Like they ended up shooting at a different target, but I don't know. It's still a really bad spot for them either way, but I want us to make sure that we're playing this like correctly. But we're still in a good spot. Like it's still a net positive, but there's situations where this could potentially not turn out as well. This type of shark's interesting. I'm generally okay with it. It's a little bit tough that they had a bunch of bomb spam to get you in this type of spot, but this is an interesting place to sit. One thing I probably would do in this kind of situation is try to play a little bit closer to a ledge. Which you've done a lot throughout this game, which I really like. But like during this time, I would rather us start moving down. Because this spot on this map is really good to like hit shots. It gives us more coverage and like we're chilling a lot more. But when we start inching ourselves forward to get in range of them, it's like we're backing up a little bit, but like we're stuck with our team. But even if it was just you, like technically we can ZL and go down here, but it's just like very awkward. I'd rather us be able to drop this way if we need to and like immediately jump out, or, you know, get closer to our team and also just provide this kind of off angle. Because there's been a couple of spots where we've just been bunched a little bit. Again, it's very unfortunate that you got picked there. That was the sloshing machine hitbox moment. Those things happen. Yeah, it definitely feels like in these scenarios we have like we have a singular idea and we're just playing consistently to that type of idea, which again, I don't think this idea is bad, but we're becoming very predictable in a lot of these spots. So the hell of me, or real. Like the play that we're going for, we've gone for the same exact play like 4 or 5 times at this point. And eventually the enemy team's gonna catch on. We want to have the same idea, but be more creative and look for different angles and different places to approach when going for these types of plays. Yeah, we're going right to it again. Yeah, I just want us to play around other walls. Look for other ways to approach. Nice. I think Dynamo had a big play here. All play. Someone behind you. Alright, now we want to start getting in position. This little hesitation that you had here is wasted time. And you need that time. You want to get into the comfortable positions. Yeah, like your tri-slash should be tri-slashing the other type of area. Yeah, as a team, we just end up bunching up a little bit too much. We're still potentially okay. Oh, 2 teammates went down. This is bad. Hey, yo. Oh. You almost turned it around there. Wait, you're still alive, though. Wait, we're chilling. Hold up. Wait a minute. So it looks like they're gonna pull it out, I think. Nice. Okay. Nice comeback. Y'all, as a team, y'all ended up holding on. And a lot of the AoE in your comp really shined at the end there. But part of the reason why the AoE shined in this type of scenario is because the enemy team is bunching up a little bit when they need to be a little bit more spread out, which is a similar issue that we were seeing with your team as a whole. But all in all, I think your play was generally solid, and it felt like most of it was pretty well thought out. Like you had the reason and purpose of why you were doing what you were doing, which is good. That's a good kind of baseline to start out with. A couple things that I want to mention here, though. So I think the biggest thing, truthfully, and this probably goes for your team as well. Yo, what's up, Mert? Thank you for the hydrate. I'll get that in a second. I'm also using my Hearthstone mug, which is not as big as my normal bottle, so I'm going to have to fill it up a little bit more often. I need to clean my bottle. I felt like I was easy to predict. Yeah. I think your creativity is something that you want to look at. Oops. Part of being creative is also like your timings and like the rhythm at which you poke out and stuff. I think your timings were actually, you did vary them quite a bit, which I think was good. Like you played with a little bit of extra caution when you were going for plays, and those timings were very unpredictable from what I was seeing. So that part of it I really like. You know, sometimes people will just like immediately poke out consistently, or they'll like wait like a second. Like you'll notice, because sometimes people do it and they don't like know that they're doing it. But they were not. Your timings here were actually really good. But you want to look for different angles. There's a lot of walls for you to approach. And we don't want to just approach from like this wall, climb up here and hit all these spots. There's probably other ways for us to be able to do that. Again, with Painbrush, you probably can do it from like this wall here. You can look to push a little bit farther into the enemy side. You know, if you approach from this kind of direction, because like you have a lot of things that can deal with walls pretty well. So like you might be able to play on top of these walls and have other ways to play a little bit more solid and get general paint coverage down. But there's a lot of different ways that you can play. If you run, like, try to come up with new ideas. And if you have a hard time coming up with ideas, then try to watch other players play the game that are playing like a similar role. Like I think you played your role well this game, but yeah, the creativity is definitely a big thing. And then for like a team as a whole, when it comes to creativity, we also want to think about like, we want to spread out a lot. There were so many times that we were like just bunched up and we were all pushing through the same like little lane. And, you know, certain weapons that we play against or like teams that have a bunch of chip, which we saw here, we're going to get punished quite a bit because we don't want to like walk into them. Like we had good coordination, but we were like too coordinated. I could probably see trying more line machine. Very similar. Interesting. Yeah, potentially. But as a team, y'all played very, very predictable. Slightly inverse to the creativity part of things is that we want to find dominant positions. As a Painbrush, I don't know exactly where you want to be in spots. I think you played your range pretty well. Like when you went for this kind of play here and you started backing up, if you were the only person over here, it wouldn't have been as bad because you were like taking shots over here. But again, like this type of angle here, if you're going for this, is a lot better. Or we can even take high ground up here, potentially hit these walls, depending on your range, and also have track of, like, keep track of this. That's something that you'll have to figure out yourself, but you know, from a team perspective, you definitely need presence over here. And you have a lot of weapons that can do it pretty well, but your Tri-Slosh does it super well. So when you get picks, you need to know like what those positions are, and you need to, like, without thinking about it, you should just know. You should be able to analyze like as you get better. It's a process where you have to like build that knowledge. But ideally, you want to get to a position eventually. Oh, sorry, Wufnik, I missed your message from a long time ago. But yeah, yeah, if you just update the code, you're chilling. But yeah, we need to know where we're going, because like later on in a couple of spots, like there was a time where y'all got a wipe and the enemy team was like pushing up their ramp, and like you had like a little bit of hesitation here, and then eventually you started moving forward, and you want to get to the point where you're not hesitating at all. It's like, oh, you know, I'm Painbrush, we have full control of this mid area. I want to get into X position so that when they start pushing through this choke point, you know, up this wall, I'm in a position to help this. Or if you're covering like this type of flank and the drop over here, you know, you have to figure out within your team and like what the strengths are with your weapon for this, but you need to know where those positions are and like immediately hit them. There should be no hesitation, because that little hesitation that you had when you had full control, like there was no threats, and the only thing stopping you from moving forward in that position was you. And like if you wait too long, you allow these people to get into higher ground, and then you have a tougher time defending. And all this goes back to like the timing windows. A lot of Splatoon is very timing window specific. Like everything is basically a timing window, and you want to make sure that you're hitting these timing windows whenever possible. And especially when the enemy team is completely wiped, we need to we need to know where we want to go, and we have to like be fast. And I'd rather us not hesitate. Like, I don't want us, because like if we have to think about these things, I'd rather us be thoughtful with our decisions than just not think about it and be like, oh, I'm just going to move forward. I'm just going to choose this random spot, because that's not going to help you in the long run. But the thought process of like, I don't know where I should be in this kind of spot. When you're doing these types of reviews with yourself, or you're doing these types of reviews with your team, or if you're watching someone else where like, oh, you know, they're over here and their team gets a wipe, where if this person's playing Painbrush, like where do they go in this type of spot? You know, are they controlling this area? Are they playing, you know, here and looking to like, or oops, looking to get the fall off over here? You know, are they sitting in this kind of position? Are they sitting right here? Are they pushing up potentially? And like maybe they can get this cute angle over the sledge. You know, what exactly are they like looking for in this type of spot? And this is like knowing these positions are something that you can do like outside of the game where you have infinite amount of time versus like during the middle of a scrim or during the middle of a match where you only have like split second to make a decision. So if you need more time, which in order to build up the knowledge takes a lot of time, obviously when you're in the moment, like playing matches helps to identify these situations. And maybe where's my controller? It was later on in the game. Let me just go to the spot just because like I'm just using it as an example. So I want to provide some context. It's small, but I want to mention it. I think it's here. So yeah, it's like this spot right here. That little hesitation there. We know where the rest of the enemy team is. Or at least as we continue moving forward, we can piece together exactly where they're at. But like, in that spot, we need to be way faster. And realistically, when we're like painting for this person, we probably can be walking back at this point as we continue shooting this person just to like min-max our where we're going. Because this person's going to be going this way anyways. But this 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3, like there's like 2.5, 3 seconds there that this person, they're closer and you have less time on this window to control this area over here. And like we're still able to potentially make it. But if you already got into this position and zoned off this brush, then it's a lot more comfortable for your tri-slosh to get into this type of position and control these types of ledges. And those timing windows are everywhere every time you play the game. And that's why having the map knowledge and the knowledge of your own weapon is so incredibly important. As a splash player, like it's important to know like where I need to use crab and making sure that I get into those positions as fast as possible. Or if I need to paint a certain area, when there's an opportunity for me to paint, I need to know like where I need to go to paint, like the optimal position for it, so I don't have to move around a lot and I can rotate back after I get that painting done to another spot. I need to know how to actually do the painting as optimally as possible to like min-max the cover, like getting good enough coverage, but also being fast. And there's like a lot of these windows that is like what comes with the mastery of a weapon. When you get more comfortable with the weapon, this stuff becomes a little bit easier. So like it makes sense because especially it's early in the patch, this is something you just picked up, like the clunkiness and some of the awkward spots are to be expected. But as you try to clean it up and as you try to get better, and again, this applies for any weapon that you end up wanting to play, these are the types of things that you want to be thinking about when you're like reviewing stuff. Or if you're playing solo queue, or if you're playing whatever. And like this kind of decision making is why solo queue is important. Because you'll find yourself into very unique positions. And then you think about them outside of the game. And think about, oh, how should I play this kind of spot? Like there's a bit of exploring that you get to do when you play solo queue. So definitely something to consider. But otherwise, I think you played pretty well. Yo, what's up, Spanish-0mb? Welcome, 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 welcome. What? Yeah, I think for the most part, you played it very solid. I like that you gave up space. Like when you play this map mode specifically, and the enemy team like overloads and uses a ton of specials like missiles, tri-strike, a bunch of stuff so they can push in. Our team should be okay just holding this spot and giving up the space and not going down. And like this is a very important nuance to this map mode specifically, and I think you played this part really, really well. So overall, I think your paintbrush is very solid, but it's solid in a way where it's also a little bit vanilla. Because yeah, the predictability is going to get us in trouble. But we did have a very big impact on this game. So I think overall you played it really well, but there's like tiny bits of things that you can change and you're chilling. You're in a way better spot. Welcome in. I don't know if it's the Shin X Gaming or the Shinx Gaming. I'm not really sure. But welcome in, welcome in. What's going on? We're doing some VOD reviews. If you or anyone else interested in doing a VOD review, we have a VOD review Discord, the replay reviews. We have some other things that we're trying to do with it. But yeah, that is the channel. Or there's a channel in that Discord for replays, and so you should be able to submit a replay, and we're just kind of going through them. Yeah, good stuff. And then before we move on to the next one, really quickly, I wanted to switch to Painbrush, and I actually just wanted to like check some stuff. Yo, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Had 4 subs of... What is ISM? I'm so bad at acronyms. I'm guessing it's like some sort of ink management thing. Ink saver, okay. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. And like you ran LDE as well, which is good. Oh yeah, Painbrush. Yeah, I saw the Ninja Squid. Some of the spots where you wanted to reposition, like Ninja Squid will help you be able to reposition. Like when you were stuck top mid, you could have repositioned underneath their grate with Ninja Squid. Alright, so we're gonna see how fall off works with this weapon. That is not a lot of damage. Okay. So like you said, it is the distance. Pronounced Shinx? Okay, gotcha. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Holy pro Chara. What the? Take people, have fun. Thank you, Chara. I appreciate you. Yeah, y'all know who Pro Chara is. Go, if you don't follow them or you don't know who they are, then I don't know what to say, but you know, they do everything. They also competed in a very important Nintendo qualifier today and had some really amazing sets. I know Chara mentioned like they were trying to go through and like talk through their experience and stuff, so I'm actually interested in going back to it. But their team played very, very well. I'm really interested, and I'm sure that Chara covered it. Yeah, go to sleep, get out of here, go hydrate, sleep, take care of yourself. For sure, for sure. Don't worry about it. But thank you so much. I really, really, really appreciate you. Holy follows. I'll give thanks in a second, but yeah, I'm really interested in your decision making around the new blaster. Jared had a really nice tweet, basically saying like Chara stuck to his guns and just used the S blaster throughout the entire set, even when their back was against the wall. In a couple of sets, truthfully, and that was really cool to see. Obviously, they played it super, super well. So yeah. Anyways, so yeah, what we're doing here, we're just doing some VOD reviews. We have a review channel called Replay Reviews, and if you do !replay, there's a link to the Discord. So if anyone's interested in posting a review, there's a replays channel in there. So if y'all can post the code in a new post there, because we want to be structured, because there's a little bit of a order that we're trying to do. Try Squid Surge on top while attacking. Gotcha. Holy follows. Okay, my my mechanics are so bad. This thing is very clunky, and I'm also very bad. Okay. So I can see you need like the full height. I can see that. Yeah, the squid surges make more sense with this weapon. Alright, anyways. Oh yeah, real quick, I wanted to go to Flounder real quick, and then we'll get to the next review. But I just want to look at some of the ranges with Painbrush, because we were talking about creativity. Rare Squid Surge W, potentially. Does it feel powerful? It definitely feels less awkward when playing over a ledge. Is mine next? I think yours is 2 away. But yeah. If you want me to push it back, I can. But just let me know. Otherwise, you know, everything will be archived. All the VODs will be like VODs notes, and the summarized version in a YouTube video will all be linked and put in the post. I'll let you know. Heard. Okay. So yeah, one thing I wanted to see with this weapon, because throughout this entire game, we were like holding this kind of wall, and like this play isn't bad, but like we use this wall, for example, we get way more information. We can see what's happening like all throughout top mid, but you know, the cost is that we're farther away, and I'm assuming this does some damage. Obviously they can back off from the ledge, but if you did want to like pop out onto someone, you know, there's an opportunity to potentially hit that. But yeah, when you're playing this weapon, and just any weapon in general, when you're trying to learn, just try to get a good feel of like, you know, general powerful positions and what the ranges are when you're trying to hit them. So like if you're sitting up on top of this grate, it's like, you know, if they're pushing through mid, you can like kind of camp this ledge a little bit. You can hit them if they're you should be able to hit them when they're climbing that. You can watch this a little bit. When it comes to painting and stuff, it's good to know. Like, you're probably not going to do defensive painting in this type of area, but especially with the comp that you had, like, your painting was pretty rough. Yeah, just really trying to figure out where that is. And again, there was a spot where you were like, you were over here aiming at them, and then you ended up backing up this way. But if you position like here instead, A, you're away from the rest of your team that's pushing through mid, and you have cover from people climbing up this wall, which in that spot you should have had a Tri-Slosh that was watching it, but that's neither here nor there. And you can still cover this area, and if you need to back out, you just drop here, and you can jump if you need to. You can figure out options, but as you're learning the weapon, just try to get a feel of like what you can hit in certain spots. And that way you can have a little bit more creativity with everything you're doing. But overall, I think you played very solid. Okay, I'm going to type in this code, and then I'm going to give thanks to everyone in. Again, huge thanks to Prochara, both for the awesome games, as well as the huge, massive raid. They have been playing all day, basically, and doing streaming, and a tournament. I'm sure Chara is absolutely drained. But, where can I see the queue? So I'm just going based off of the order that people submit reviews. So right now there's a little bit of a queue. There's probably like 10 or 12 codes, I would imagine. I can check real quick. But you can see it on the in the actual replays area. Wait, what? Did I type it in wrong? Uh-oh. Oh, there's a 3, not a C. Oopsie. That's a me problem. Let's try this one more time. There we go. My bad. So yeah, right now there are 1, 2, 3, 4. there's probably about a queue of probably like it's 15, 16. I'll probably try to get through, also welcome in the pickles. I'll probably try to get through like another 3 or 4 at least tonight. I'm trying to do at least like 3 or 4 a day. So if you submit them, they'll definitely get done this week. Like if you submit them now. And part of the reason why we have this separate server for the reviews and stuff is that we're trying to get more people. Currently, it's just myself and Vapor, another competitive player, that are doing reviews. But we recently brought in Echo, another person that is going to help with that. And we're also trying to receive applications for other people that want to help with it. So the goal is that we're going to have more kind of resources and teachers. And if you have someone specific that you want to coach your stuff, then definitely we're able to accommodate for that. You know, Vapor, for example, isn't really good at X-Splosh and also plays a lot of backline. So they're going to have a different perspective than me, where I just play a lot of meta stuff. I've had a lot of splash and machine experience, and I usually play a lot of like frontline or like supporty paint role. So if there's, you know, and like people have different styles. So our goal is that we're going to, you know, ideally we can have like a catalog almost of like different types of people that are interested in doing reviews and analysis. Because I think there are a lot of people that are doing it, but it's one of those things where if people can't find you or people don't know that you're doing coaching, it can be hard to connect everyone. So having a central location for this is the goal, is to help kind of connect everyone and make this a process where, you know, you don't have to look at a bunch of different servers and stuff in order to find the like if you want to get a replay done, just throw it into the pool. And if you have someone specific that you want to do the review, then you can do that. Otherwise, you know, there's a bunch of different people that can be resources to assist. And this is just a more streamlined, organized, easier way to keep track of all this. And, you know, the more people that want to help with this process, the better it'll be. Yo, what's up, Plerm? Yeah, we're about to do your review. We just had a radical, incredible, amazing review or raid from Pochara, and there was a bunch of people that followed. So thank you so much. Let me go through this real quick. Ecolols, and I apologize for messing this up. Pochara himself, thank you. Mallhair, and please correct me because I'm gonna make mistakes here. I think it's Mallhair, the Octoling, Gear Speaker, Not Yuma, Spatana Wiper Lover, let's go. Ted TBH, Feeble Weeble, I like saying that name. Centratide, Pickles, Mario Kart 9 Never, that's too real. It's been over a decade. Dr. Marks, and Craig. Thank you so much for the follows. I really appreciate the support. I appreciate everything. Y'all are too kind. I do need to hydrate. I also need to get more water, so I'll probably do a time here. Make a thread in the Discord, yeah. And sorry, make sure, I mean, you can definitely join our, like, because before I was doing reviews in my own personal Discord, but there's a Discord link in the review one. Make sure that we were using this one, because I closed the replay thread, and I still need to update that. I've been really busy lately. But the Discord in this review command is the one that you want to use. That's where it's opened up, and that's that more central location. Love seeing people's reaction to my username. It's a great name. I'm jealous. All right, anyways, give me like 2 seconds and then we'll get right into it. And I need to update this. Where is it? Info. This is Plerm. This was, I think, VDS or CDS. Cool. And this was, okay, X rank. X placements. Let's go. Always an exciting time at the beginning of a new season. Anyways, give me 2 seconds to fill up this little Hearthstone mug. Shout out to anyone that plays Hearthstone, and I'll be right back. Alrighty. Let's get it. Let's get right into it. A new one with a name change. Let's go. Let's go. Welcome in. Welcome in. BF, when you're in the replay reviews Discord, if you have any issues creating a new thread to post your review, just let me know. I'm happy to assist. So we are and this is zones. Nice. Love zones. I actually really like this map mode. I know some people are hit or miss on their opinion on Umami, but Umami zones I actually really like. But CDS has beacon chomp, right? Yeah. Okay. Then we're running comeback. So we're going like a very dive heavy comp. We want to go in and feed. I'm not sure exactly how people imagine playing around like what build people are using for CDS. The idea makes sense, but I want to see us play into it. So I want to see us doing a little bit of feeding. But there's probably other ways for us to build CDS. I'm not sure which one is optimal, but at the very least, I want to still play to our build. One thing to note, I did roll off the map several times. Usually don't do. Nah, you're good. You're good. Mistakes happen. It is life. I appreciate you being vulnerable and being able to show some embarrassing moments while kind of going through all this. Seen too many builds. Yeah, it requires some experimentation. Whatever you land on that's a little bit more comfortable, or if there's a more general consensus on what you're trying to do, then like definitely you're chilling with that. But again, the biggest thing is that whatever build you're using, just make sure you're playing into it. Because if you're running quick respawn and not trying to play aggressive, like sometimes you might just pop off, but yeah, try this try this Discord. My personal Discord, and I still need to update it. I just was supposed to do that yesterday, but I was watching the Nintendo tournament for a long time, as I'm sure a lot of us were. But try to use this. Right here. And this one above. That one should be opened up. If you're having issues in that one, the replay reviews Discord with the pink icon, then there might be another issue, but I think it should be okay. Anyways, so CDS, we have Blob, Golden Arrow Spray, and E-Liter. So we have a lot of stuff going on here. The biggest thing that I'm seeing with our comp is like Blob is very stally. It just kind of like throws stuff out there and controls areas, but it can't really push the aggression too much. It can support with those bubbles and it can also help with rain, but it's not going to like really be aggressive on its own. Same thing with Arrow Spray. It can obviously be a lot more aggressive because it's a short range shooter, but it doesn't have a lot of good slaying tools, but it can Booyah Bomb, which is nice. And then, oh, Midori, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate you. Thank you. And then the other thing that we have to be thinking about is our E-Liter. And when we're playing with an E-Liter, it's really important for us to like stall out fights so that we can give them an opportunity to play the game, basically. How's it going? We're doing really well. Plerm has very graciously given us a review code, so we're watching some X rank placements, early season reviews, or we're reviewing it or watching the gameplay. So like leader in a lot of spots will sit here, they might sit here. As you take control, they want to sit in this spot and control this area. Do you want mine? I'm totally down. There's a little bit of a queue, but if you join this Discord in the review command, feel free to submit it. they get reviewed in the order that they're submitted. No, I hit Control Z on the wrong thing. I don't know how to uncontrol Z in. Alright. I don't want to break anything. OBS is scary. I don't want to break it, so we're gonna go back X-Pedal, place it. Alright. Anyways, I was trying to control Z on the Epic Pen, but that did not happen. It's really important to, because especially early on, they're gonna probably take one of these two spots. They could potentially sit up here as well, but like they're gonna look down this lane or they're gonna look down this lane, and they need a bunch of time. Control Y, thank you, thank you. I assume so, because in my editing software, it's like Control Shift Z. But it's always scary. Sometimes you press a button and then it breaks more. And I'm like, oh no, what did I do? So they're going to be looking like down one of these lanes, and we want to stall out the enemy team or dislodge them with CC, you know, using bombs, using rain, using our paint and like our fire to like move them out of position so that E-Leader can have an open shot on them. And so we want to be a little bit more stally. Like our team screams stall, which conflicts a little bit with our aggressive game plan. But because we don't really have a dedicated front line, we kind of have to play the frontline role. You have a lot of support, but you know, I don't think we necessarily want to feed super hard this game, but we want to be very aggressive and in the face of the enemy. And again, try to use our mobility and our poking with our range with CDS, and try to dislodge them, and all of the other opportunities for picks, like potentially we were able to do them, but we don't have a dedicated Slayer here, so it's going to be a little bit awkward. From the enemy team's perspective, they also have an E-Leader, so we have to be careful when we're advancing. But we do have specials to potentially deal with it. With Rain and Booyah, jump to a little bit of a degree, but it's still a little bit weak. And then again, I don't know for CDS or VDS or whatever, what is the range from the Dolly Squelchies, I think is the name, in like the range blaster? I don't actually know which one wins the range fight. I'd imagine we outrange the Nova, and we definitely outrange the Splash. But this kind of matchup, and if you play like a mid-range weapon, like I play Splash, so I just kind of assume everything outranges me, and that's a pretty good assumption. Because I'm on one extreme. There's only a handful of weapons that we outrange. But when you play something that's kind of like middle of the road, because if you're E-Leader, you outrange everything. But when you're playing like one of these mid-range weapons, you really want to understand like which things outrange other things, because it matters in the context of like taking fights. Yo, what's up, John the Believer? I'm pretty sure they have around the same range. CDS might have more range. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, and it sounds like, okay, so it sounds like CDS is like slightly more range. Thank you so much for the info. Appreciate you. So that's something that we want to take into account. Obviously, the explosion radius of Blaster is its advantage, and our mobility is our advantage. So again, we're still going to want to play a very chip-centric play style, and we want to frontline a little bit. We need to be careful about where Blaster is, and we need to be extra careful about the sight lines that this E-Leader has. So we have a lot on our plate as the CDS, so it'll be interesting to see how we play it here. But yeah, that's kind of our overall role. When it comes to the different comps, I'm a little bit scared that they have more slaying capability with like their Inkjet, with their Blaster. Tri-Strike a little bit. I'm a little bit scared that once they use their specials and start moving forward, we're in a tough spot. So again, our role is quite nuanced in this game, so I'm interested to see how you navigate it here. Also, beacon placement's going to be important as a CDS. Nice. We'll let you cook the rest of this way, and then I'll kind of talk through it a little bit. I like the beacon before. You have to be careful about your ink management, but because you had a full tank, I think you had enough to like make a play and get out if you need to. So that wasn't too bad. A couple things I do want to mention is that, oh whoops, I didn't go far back enough. So early on, like I'm fine getting this beacon down, but in this kind of spot, I would like to see us identify where the leader is so we don't get splatted. And again, they're probably either going to be on their dome or they're going to be on this block over here. So we can move out right toward the beginning here and just get a vantage point on where they're at. If we check the overhead, we can see that they're playing from their dome. So once we get the information, if we know that they're not here, which like, again, they could potentially be here, but as we're like going wider over here, we can check these things visually and get an understanding. If you map check at the beginning, you can also potentially see that, you know, someone's sitting on top of dome, which there are a couple of different weapons that could be doing that. But once we know that the coast is clear and the E-leader's on the other side of the map, I want us to be taking like all this extra space over here. Like these lanes are really large and they give you a lot of space. I almost dropped my controller again to maneuver. And I want us to take advantage of this. I want to see us like going wide. You know, we can even like go and start playing around their little pillow over here. And we can be really aggressive and start poking at them at in interesting spots. Like we can hit mid if they try to push it. If they're obviously around zone, we can hit that. But we should be able to kind of bully them and get in this type of spot. We do have to be a little bit careful about blaster, but that's where our mobility is important. And because we have a lot of space to work around here, as long as we stay relatively mobile, we should be able to manage with our two roles. We should be able to manage the blaster spacing pretty well. And if you do get into a spot where it's kind of close, you can actually, you know, you can be the aggressor and like blaster's gonna have a harder time killing you when you're rolling like in their face because they have to hit a direct in that kind of situation. But I want to see us bully a little bit more. We end up having a good play around the wall and we like roll back and get this pick. So like mechanically this is a nice play, but this goes a little bit against what's kind of needed from us with our role. Because if we don't bully and use our mobility and range as the CDS in this kind of scenario, the enemy team is going to take a bunch of space for free. Because the blob is going to have a hard time. It can sit here and it can like shoot little blobs across mid and stuff. But once someone starts pushing it, the blob kind of has to concede that space unless they can hit some crazy shots. Never expected the leader to be on that side. I should know instead of assuming. Yeah. And again, it's important to think about these things, and like leader is like a very important decision piece. But leader, like you have to like change your entire opening based off of if they have a leader or not, and also like where it's positioning. Because yeah, you can be a lot more liberal with your positioning if leader just doesn't exist. But when you play against E-leader specifically, and that's why, you know, a lot of people get frustrated having to play against it, is because it really constrains the way that you play. But on a map like this, like, you know, either they're on this side or they're on this side, and they can check like one lane or the other. Obviously, it's different when you lose full control, and that's why wiping on this map's really bad, because leader just sits up here, and then they're like super chilling. They're hitting all over the place. That's Splatoon 3 maps in a nutshell. But yeah, in the opening, like this is the type of information we want to be scouting out. While we're painting forward, we're placing this beacon, we're moving toward mid, this is the type of information that we want to be collecting. You know, we want to look at builds at the beginning of the match. We want to look at, you know, what our teammates are doing and trying to figure out these game plans that we talked about at the beginning of like what our comp wants to do, and then what do I want to do in order to enable our comp. So like there's a lot of information that you need to process, and like worrying about where E-leader is like another part of that. But, you know, I don't expect you to be perfect with all this information by any means, but it is definitely important for you to at least think about this. And the better that you like managing all that information that I talked about, what the enemy team comp's trying to do, what your team comp's trying to do, and like trying to figure out where people are positioning, the more that you think about these things and the more that you practice this, and again, this is another reason why solo queue is important, or playing open or playing whatever is important, because the more reps that you have, the quicker you'll be at making these decisions. And making these types of decisions is really important if you want to have consistency in the way that you play. And the role that we described from CDS's game is not traditionally how it's always played. You know, it can be basically an anchor in certain roles. Sometimes it kind of can just be like mid-range where it's flexible on both sides, but we definitely want to be a more aggressive in your face kind of, still spacing properly, but we want to be a very aggressive CDS. And that's why playing the same weapon for a long period of time and getting comfortable with the weapon is important. Because I just described like 3 different roles that you have to play with this weapon, and that requires you to be able to adapt at any given notice. Obviously, if you're playing with an organized comp, it's not as big of a deal because you'll be running very similar comps, so your role isn't going to change too much. But again, solo queue is a great environment, and just matchmaking as a whole. As frustrating as it is in a lot of spots, it'll throw you in some really awkward positions to really keep you on your toes. You said trick or one trick E-leader? Still sucks to play against it? Yeah, no, 100%. 100%. So yeah, I would like this to go a little bit wider and just have more vision. But the way that you play mid is very good. So mechanically I like what you're doing, but I think that you probably could apply a little bit more pressure to the enemy team, but your team did a good job of getting picks and y'all should be able to start moving a little bit toward mid. It's CDS moment. It takes so long to kill this weapon. But overall, decent opening. Our teammates are kind of going down. Refresh the beacon, that's good. That's tough. Honestly though, in this kind of spot, if it's not the blaster, it's probably the leader. We have to be careful. We have to be careful about just like, because the few seconds that we're painting here gives away our position. And then us moving forward after doing that puts us in this very dangerous zone. So again, it's unfortunate that this rapid blaster one-shots us, but if it wasn't the rapid blaster, leader's gonna pop you as well. And even if it's not them, someone could be sharking, and like if you continue to move forward, you could potentially get hit. So we need to be a little bit more cautious when we're trying to move forward in this type of situation. A replay moment where it doesn't show the zone captured, but we're going. So at this point, we're kind of just waiting for specials. One of our teammates gets a rain out. We're almost to our chump. So hopefully we can start moving forward. Nice try. I like the spacing and I like the restraint after the initial shot that you took. That was good. Very, very, very good. Okay. And again, we're just being annoying at a decent range. We probably got a little bit too close into the range. We probably could have spaced out a little bit better, but overall, you know, we need to play and we're being that aggressive role to look for that play. You know, we're playing around wave breaker and we find a pick. So like overall, super, super good. Okay, we know leader's top mid. I would be a little bit careful about all of this. Yeah, I guess the play's gonna continue. But so real quick, when you're going for the E-leader, because like after you get the second pick, after the blaster goes down, okay, so there's 2 people left. If you were observant, you would know that one's here, and then we know the leader's up here because of the shots and everything. But even if we don't know this person's here, I don't like us climbing mid in this type of scenario. Just because in this type of scenario, if you go mid and you start climbing up, you give the E-leader an opportunity to like hit a shot. So instead of like climbing up mid, which you're also being redundant with your teammate when both of y'all are climbing up mid, which I don't know if either of you necessarily need to do this. I would rather you paint, like hug this wall and like cut off the angle with the leader, but just like get over here. Because this leader either needs to jump, like they're pressured, they can't sit top mid. We don't have to immediately fight them. We just want to make it really awkward for them. So if we go all the way over here and cut off this angle And like as we're approaching, if we hug this wall so they don't have a good opportunity to snipe us, then by the time they keep moving backwards, we'll get past this wall. So once we get, you know, we'll move this way, and then once we get to here, you know, like around this pillow, then we can look to double roll and get a pick. And depending on how they're playing this, as you gather information when you're moving this way, you can also, like, instead of just painting forward and just moving forward, you can also like paint a little bit forward, but also start getting fall off shots on this person. You don't need to immediately get the pick because this person's in a bad spot. The momentum from your entire team is shifting this way. So this person has to back up. But in this kind of spot, like the leader's kind of doomed either way. So a lot of times leaders and just chargers and stuff in backline, which it extends to all weapons, but like chargers and stuff in specific, they're looking for people to climb up here, or they're looking for people to like, you know, maybe go wide and start painting zone. They're looking for these, like, they always try to take like one extra shot before they decide to jump, or they decide to like back up completely. And like they'll hold and like look just to see if someone slips up a little bit, which in this spot, your team slips up a little bit. And that's where this pick happens. We don't need to, you know, the leader was already in a bad spot, so we don't have to like approach it directly and like in the most direct manner. We go around wide. If they end up backing up, it is what it is. It's totally fine. We still take zone. We still have control mid. We're chilling. That seems a lot better. Yeah. And this is where like paint wins out in a lot of spots. Because as you start moving this way, and as you start painting behind, so yeah, when you start moving toward here, you get paint in this type of area, and you're limiting the options of where the leader can go. So they're forced to make a mistake, or forced to make a play. It's unfortunate they got the shot on you, but you definitely could have pathed a little bit better with and still achieve the same goal. Nice. That's tough. That's tough. Some of that seemed like latency. Some of that was just nice shots from the splash there. One thing I do want to mention though, leader's not here. So leader's probably over here on their dome. There's this dome over here. We can path wider and we can use more space so that we're not put into a position to keep, so that like we're not put into a position where the splash can actually hit us. Because if we pad this way, then they can be behind this pillow, which they end up doing, and they poke out because they see you moving forward. If instead we path around this way and we get uncomfortably close to the fall off area here, because like if you're taking shots, if you start poking over this thing and start getting paint in this type of area when you're like over here, or even like potentially like back here, like as you start moving forward, they're not in range. If they want to get in range, they have to like completely get behind, like get out of cover, which opens them up to leader or opens them up to the rest of your team doing stuff. And this is like what your goal is in this spot. You don't need to be the one that gets the pick, but you want to like either bait them to move toward you and then you can roll away and stay alive. But like dislodging them provides opportunity for the rest of your team. That's what your goal is. If you get picks, that's sweet, but your team also has like a lot of chip and it also has this really long range threat. So we just want to like make these people uncomfortable. We don't need to see these fights to completion. But yeah, pathing this way is very dangerous. Pathing this way is a lot safer, especially since the leader isn't in this type of position. They are on this block. So they are sitting on this like L block, like behind it. So if we go too far forward, then like, you know, we're potentially in danger. So there's a balancing act and like understanding where exactly we can position as CDS and when we need to roll. Because even if we poke into their range for a second and immediately roll backwards, like this person's probably not hitting that shot. So, you know, but just we want to be aware about these things, and we're not taking advantage of not seeing that the E-leader's watching us. And if the E-leader's not watching us, we get to be a lot more creative with our play. But again, very tough shots. That was a good play from the splash. So I can't fault you with that death, but we could have positioned to make that movement a lot less risky. Now the E-leader's probably going to be toward mid and we're in a scary spot. We need a special and we need to look for an opportunity. Nice movement. Yeah, I think the overall idea here is fantastic. Again, we're looking for these little opportunities to like move forward, and the charger wasn't really threatening us. I don't know what they were doing in that spot. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not sure what they were looking for. I'm surprised they weren't just sitting top mid, but did they reposition? Why did they drop? Yeah, I don't know what their leader's doing. Yeah, I don't know why their leader dropped here. If they sat here, like this play is a lot scarier for you. But nonetheless, like you see that there isn't a leader looking at you at this point, so you look to reposition around this L block, which is exactly what you should be doing. Sometimes you can drop this way, which dropping into this pit isn't great, but you know, there's a lot of different ways that you can approach it. You can also get on top of this dome potentially, and like if the leader's positioned all the way up here and they're like, you can see that they're looking not at you, there is an opportunity for you to like drop off of dome over here. So there's a lot of different ways that you can enter, but I like that you're very cautious and it looks like you're moving in when you see an opportunity, which is exactly how you need to play it. Because we do need to force something, but we're being very smart about our timings with this. So very cool, very cool. And again, we weren't trying to dodge the blaster specifically in this type of play, but because we're just constantly moving and maneuvering, like that's the added benefit of moving proactively, is that sometimes we'll just dodge shots. You know, that could have been a leader shot, that could have been a blaster shot, that could have been, you know, a lot of different things. But because we're doing a really good job of like moving, getting behind cover, you know, dropping off of a ledge, it just innately makes us more, it increases our overall survivability. So I really like this from you. And also you're hitting shots, which is super sick. All right, 2 down. Let's not give the leader an opportunity. All right. I don't want to like nitpick every single thing that you're doing, but this is another spot where leader could totally splat you in this spot. You're poking out of cover. You were behind this block and you're poking out of cover. If the leader was looking at you specifically, or they were like sitting behind this pillow, you're donezo. And this is what we need to avoid when we're playing against leader. There's like a small little window that they're going to look for, like at least that one shot. If you don't pressure them fast enough, they might go for a second shot. But we need to like consider this timing, because like we need to move forward, and I like us using special to take space, take mid. You know, we have a player advantage. We're in a good spot, but we need to be careful about these little vulnerabilities. Definitely see that, yeah. But the idea is perfect. Oh, no bombs. Ah, I see. Unfortunate. These things happen. I wouldn't worry about it. Yo, Celeste, hello. Making sure this guy doesn't dehydrate. Bonk for next stream for sure. Yeah, I like us playing behind cover. Even though the leader's not looking at us, I like that you give yourself a little bit of a time frame and you're ready to like keep moving forward. So much more insight into the game. Thank you. Yeah, I'm a little bit slow with my analysis. That's why it takes a long time, but I try to like talk through a lot of this stuff, and maybe I can poke for some entire conversations. But yeah, my tangents are all over the place. They're not always productive. So I need the mods to whip me into shape. Again, really good movement. You're not staying out in the open for too long in any given moment. Like, we're in potentially scary spots, but like, we're chilling. You probably can move a little bit more forward, but I'm okay with you taking your time. Your team has mid control. You don't want to be too aggressive. You want to give your leader an opportunity to do stuff. I'm here for this. I do want to point one. I want to implement one little idea in this spot, but we'll let you. I was gonna say we'll let you cook, but Chef fell off the map. It's so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate. I feel for you. But the one thing that I did want to mention, so when we have complete control, like we're just chilling in mid and the enemy team is building specials and painting and like waiting to get back in. It's important, which you do a good job of like getting paint around areas and like you're hovering around this area, you're hovering around this area, you're sitting back here. Like you're looking at the right spots. And realistically, you know, leader's gonna be potentially up here. I'll just mark it with a nice leader could be up here. You know, leader could also be in this type of spot. Yo, Sons, what's up? Add railing to this map, please. That's what I'm saying. Can we have the option, at least in PBs, I want bumpers on the outskirts of my map. Give me bowling bumpers so I don't fall off the map. But yeah, the common spots like this choke point, people are going to be coming through. They might come up this wall, but it's not really that good. But the biggest things is that we want to fight around this block. We want to fight around this area, and they're going to use this to climb up to here. Dome is an area that they're looking for, but like these are like the common spots. I mean, it's just choke points, but these are the common spots that we want to focus on. So when we're sitting in this kind of spot, one thing that I just kind of like you doing, especially when you see them drop and stuff, is like when you're in this spot, you get this out. Instead of just like moving back here, I like us pressuring a little bit more because like we're physically in this area, but we're not really pressuring. And one thing that I would just like to give you an idea for, and this goes back to like creativity. This is just a creative option. It's not like optimal, but it's another tool in the tool belt. Is like you can roll around these areas and like look to get fall off shots over this area. You know that they're probably going to want to, you know, if someone drops, they're going to want to push up to this ledge and climb over this wall. So like look to get fall off over here, get some information. We can also get this information by map checking, but there's no reason not to. And depending on where the E-leader is looking, we can also potentially look to poke around this block. But if we move forward in range to poke behind this, then we might be in range to get shot by the leader. So we have to be a little bit careful there. But I want us to be a little bit more aggressive and threatening with little pokes. The goal isn't to, like our goal here isn't to get picks, because realistically, if we're just shooting random shot, like fall off shots over here, we're not going to get picks. We're playing a very, you know, we're shooting peanuts at the enemy team. We're not doing any damage at all, but it at least keeps them honest, keeps them in check. It keeps this area behind this wall painted, and it just makes them uncomfortable. If I'm trying to climb up this wall and someone's just constantly putting shots, even if it's not going to actually splat me, like, you know, I have less paint to maneuver. So I have to make a decision. Am I going to like play farther back because I don't have paint, or am I going to sit on this wall and look for an opportunity to be aggressive? Meanwhile, all of the little shots you're doing is giving your team's paint around this person. And so there's just like these little opportunities here. It's not like an exact science by any means, but just like these are little ways where you can just make the enemy team like second guess. You know, oh, they're looking to climb up this wall, but maybe they get hit, or maybe they see a bunch of enemy paint around them. Oh, I'm going to back off because I want to paint this and I'm just like really uncomfortable. I don't want to move here because if I get hit a couple times by the CDS and then like, you know, a couple blob shots hit me, like I'm just, it makes people second guess. Which you kind of do here, but if you were a little bit more preemptive, like there's a chance that, you know, they're not going to be as aggressive like moving forward. Because we have to give up this spot because they use a bunch of specials. But, you know, if we poke at this area, there's a chance that they use Tri-Strike a little bit farther back because we've made them uncomfortable. And like these little fights for paint, for turf, for parts of the map can make the difference in terms of this overall, the macro of this match. But in general, I really like the way that you play it, but just kind of mix it up a little bit with these things and you're chilling. Because like those little bits of paint and spots are really important. But again, I like in that spot, like you said, thought leader was on dome this whole time, so I wasn't moving up. Yeah, I like the way that you didn't over aggress there because you were respecting the leader and you're playing into what your team wants to do. So the whole idea there is good. I think you can min-max it a little bit better. Your team have numbers, but leader still is alive. Let's see, leader's looking at us. Nice trade. Hoping our teammates were there a little bit faster to help us, but you dislodged them long enough to where you're at least getting a trade there. CDS is a fun call out. That's what I'm saying. I think the weapon itself is also really cool. I'm a little uncomfortable with all of us together. Yeah. In this type of position, I don't think that we need to be as... We'll move it back a little bit more. I don't think we need to be as aggressive on the left side with the rest of our team. Sorry, we set up a little, because like it's springtime, so we're getting a bunch of storms. This is a little bit of a tangent, but we get a bunch of storms, and our dog, like he's a rescue dog, but I'm not sure exactly his history, but I think he was like left outside or something, like before he was rescued. And anytime there's like rain, he gets very like, he's like shaking, like how a lot of dogs are, which he does it during like 4th of July and like fireworks and stuff as well. But he just shakes when it's just like, even if there's like gray clouds in the sky and it's like, oh, rain's going to happen. Like he's super nervous. So anyways, we got him like a little cage. It's not a metal cage. It's like a, can't think of the material. It's a very soft kind of cage, but it's, you know, it's always open, and it's like we're trying to make it comfortable so that he can have like a dark area for him to kind of lay and chill out and see if that helps calm them down a little bit. So he's like sniffing around it, and we're like hoping that he like gets in it. He got in it before, but like without us moving him over there. So there was a little bit of a moment where he's like sniffing inside. I'm like, oh, is he gonna go in? But he didn't. Anyways, did I go too far back, or was this after the play? This was after the play. Yeah, a little safe space for sure, for sure. That's a good way of putting it. Oh, I think we went just in time. Enough. Dogs are just like that, yeah. Is rough. Is rough out there. Okay, so this is where we were before. So in this kind of spot, like leaders down, our teammates are watching this area. We don't need to like help them this way. We help them by cutting off the escape routes over here. So again, this is not an opportunity where, you know, we want to, our end goal is to maneuver this way. If we want to go wide, we can. If we want to stick closer to the wall, we can. We have a lot of paint, so we probably just want to prioritize being a little bit faster. You know, we can potentially get shots up here. We definitely want to get shots behind here, because a lot of times people want to sit on this wall. So like clearing the paint around their feet makes it very uncomfortable for them. But our end goal, like if they take fights in this area and we have a person advantage in this kind of spot, eventually, as long as we don't misplay, you have to trust that your teammates are going to slowly push them back or just win the fight. And your goal is to be like lurking and being in this kind of spot or being in this kind of spot, looking to crash onto them at any given point. Because if you're sitting here, you can like roll behind them and make it really uncomfortable. Obviously, you might have to be careful about E-leader in certain spots, but that's a better way than your entire team bunching up. And like you've been playing right most of this game, and I really liked your overall positioning when you're going right side. So the other thing with like their tri-strikes, with their suction bombs, with you know, wave break potentially, and more suction bombs and inkjet and wave breaker, like the more that we funnel up together, the scarier it is. And yeah, you're a little bit dunzo either way. Somehow your blob gets in. That was interesting. There's still plenty of time. We're chilling. You got your beacon down from before, so we're in a good spot. You're hitting some really nice shots. Overall, this is good. Your team got picks. Again, this is just me sprinkling a little bit of optimization in these types of spots, which there's a time and place for all this. But when you're in this spot and like when something like this happens and you're trying to figure out what you want to do next, instead of looking just to like, you know, some indirect ways and like safe ways to still get value, but still try to figure out what's going on, instead of like going back and forth in this area and just like kind of sharking, you know, you have a lot of mobility and it's okay for you to like poke out. I'd rather you like move forward a little bit and just start getting paint around mid. Like as a VDS, CDS, whatever, there's a lot of opportunities for you to like safely get some paint in this area. I don't know if you were here at the very beginning when I was playing Nova in Clan Blitz, which was kind of cringe, but when I was playing that, like the extra range that I get to paint with Nova compared to when I play Splash, like there's a lot of spots that I can just comfortably get paint for the rest of my team. And even if you're going to be playing wide in this type of spot, getting some paint here makes the enemy team have like, they can't just sit, because sometimes they'll sit on this type of ledge and then the second that someone pokes out, they're ready to drop. And if we get some, like the deeper the paint we can get around these ledges, and sorry, it'll be easier to visualize here. Like if we can get some paint around here, you know, as we're moving across this way, if we get paint here, if we get paint here, like all of this makes it uncomfortable for them to be able to maneuver around and position around. Because it's very common for people to sit in this type of spot or sit in this type of spot. And then once people are moving around from blocks, they drop on them and get picks, which they could do in this type of spot from you, which is like where you want to like, your goal, especially if you're like midline and stuff, is that you want to like max range paint in important areas. And again, your goal in this spot isn't to get a pick on this type of person, but it's the same thing when you're over here, getting shots over here. It's just like painting this general area and just threatening it is good. And it's a good habit to get into. It'll save you and it'll save your teammates in a lot of spots. And just knowing like those important areas to prioritize paint. On this map, you know, anywhere near ledges is really good. Anywhere behind the ledges is also really, really good because people love to like sit by this wall and because they know that they can retreat. But if you like cut off some of their paint behind it, they get really uncomfortable and they have to give up that space altogether. Painting around this block is really good, both on offense and defense, because that's usually the entryway into back into the map. But like as you play these maps, there'll be like these little areas where if you can get bits of paint, it'll help you in the long run. And if you play something that's longer range, it's really good. When Machine, which I think Machine's still meta, not quite as strong, obviously, but a lot of times when you watch high-level Machine players, as they continue to move forward, so like, you know, your overall goal is to continue to move forward, and where you decide to go, it doesn't really matter at this point. But like as you start moving forward, if this was like a Machine, like they're hitting over ledges and they're hitting all these spots. if there's any chance, like right now, there's probably no chance that someone's sitting behind this wall over here. But if there was any sort of threat, you know, or like in this spot, if you start moving forward here, imagine this tri-strike doesn't exist currently, but if you're starting to move forward here and you're playing machine, if like people will just hit a couple of shots from behind this pillar or pillow or whatever you want to call it, this cover right here, because there might be someone there. And even if they aren't there, like just restricting this paint is still pretty good. That's part of like the paint based stuff with Splatoon. That's really interesting. John the Believer, thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated, my friend. Thank you. So like these are little ideas I just want to like kind of implement. You know, how you implement them, it isn't just like you snap your fingers, oh, I just do that now. It takes a lot of map knowledge, it takes a lot of awareness. You know, there's some inherent risk to just randomly painting spots. So you have to have some good awareness on where spots are generally safe and where there might be threats to where you need to prioritize painting. But it's a good habit to do. I don't really put value on just poking with fall off because the weapon does no damage. Yeah, the paint itself is super important. That's one thing playing a support weapon that, you know, again, I always say it, but like, yeah, I was saying it a lot yesterday. It's like, I know that painting is important, but even I don't understand how important painting really is. And there's a lot of these moments when I watch higher level players where you'll see these things, and even though you don't get the value in terms of a splat, it still provides you a lot of information. And Splatoon is a game about a lot of information. And it's very fast paced, so you have to be good at getting that information quickly. But I like you trying to bully this person. You're playing a very safe spot. They start getting into your range, so you're delaying it. Your teammates should be able to help you there. Unfortunately, leader doesn't get that. You played that pretty well. If you're able to back up to, you know, behind the pillow at some point, it might have been a little bit better and you can get out safely, but like you play that very well. It's unfortunate your team wasn't there to be able to assist. There's two people that could have potentially helped. Oops. That stuff. Sometimes you just have to see that and just laugh, like, unfortunate. And we're not gonna, so we don't get another shot at the game. That's tough. But overall, really good stuff. And honestly, the roles that you had off weren't really that bad. They were funny. They were nice comedic relief, but they were in the moment, they make a lot of sense. Especially like the last one, like you didn't have anywhere to go anyways. So a couple things that I noticed here. Overall, like, I think your positioning and your ability to stay alive in spots is really, really good. And your proactive movement that I talk about a lot, where you're just like, there's little timing windows in the back of your head that, you know, you just know that you need to constantly be moving, and you're constantly finding yourself behind cover. Like your positioning in the moment to moment as you're like navigating around the map. There are certain spots, like for example, you know, instead of pushing this way, we go take wider routes. Instead of pushing up this wall, we cling to this wall and look to take the fight over here versus taking the fight here. You know, these things you can work on, but the overall way that you play that is very, very good. So I'm really happy to see that. But I think that does a little bit go into the first thing, which is the other side of that. And like I think the biggest thing is, I don't know. I'll just say pathing. And because you're a mid-range type of weapon, you know, look to take space when you can. Open. Okay. My handwriting is awful. Take open space. Some of that goes a little bit against the fact that you're playing against an E-leader, you know? But part of taking space is assess if there's threats, and if they're there, respect it. When you're positioning yourself, like when you're over here and you're like moving back this way because you're scared of, like, you don't want to push forward because you're scared of the leader here, like, this is great. I love the decision making here. But you know, if you're playing this right lane and leaders over here, like, take this space. You can't take a bunch of space. You can't play out in the open in sight of the E leader. But if you're opposite of the E leader, you know, your weapon excels with doing this. And you know, when you first start playing over here, you can bully the right side, and then as the E leader potentially repositions, we might have to change within a couple of seconds, like how we're playing it. And that's okay. That's something that, you know, we need to, as we continue playing, we'll be better at adapting over time, and keeping tabs on it. But yeah, I think get info. In this match, it's specifically for the E leader. Like, we want to get info on where the E leader is and play around it. Because I think there's a lot of times where you just kind of assume that E leader is like an omnipresent threat, where it's just everywhere at the same time. And Splatoon isn't that way. And as you play against better competitive, you know, like you're I don't know what like your max X rank is or whatever, but like if you were in like C rank or something and you were first playing the game and you're still trying to understand stuff, considering E leader as this omnipresent threat and you always need to be behind cover and you can't sit out in the open, that's generally probably good advice. So people don't just, you know, people learn those types of behaviors, but like you're very confident and you've already instilled that. So kind of the next level, and like as you continue to play better, you know, oh, E leader's in this spot, which means they have cover of, and this is probably where you said you one tricked E leader before. This is probably where like playing E leader gives you a huge advantage, because you can understand like, okay, if leader's sitting here, because I don't know, like I don't play E leader, I don't know, like I'm sure E leader can hit past this range, but like can E leader hit past this? Like if we're sitting right here, can E leader hit us in this type of spot? I don't know, you know. And like knowing these types of ranges, I know over here they probably can, because I think they can hit past this pillow over here, but you know, being able to min-max it is definitely difficult. But if they're on the other side of the map, that means that we can assume for that time that they're effectively not part of the match. So if we can eliminate them from the equation, oh, there's not an E leader in this match for the next 5 seconds, which means I can, you know, bully them. I can use the very outskirts of the map and use all this space and just like bully the heck out of the enemy team, which you were able to do successfully in a lot of spots, but you probably could have done it in more spots, if that makes sense. The other thing, because it happened a lot, is just general poking. I'm just going to say poke for paint. Not splats. And it's good to poke for splats as well. But like, I think the comment you made was really good, where you're basically saying that like, you basically you just kind of assume that there isn't value in poking with a weapon that does no damage because, okay, I can't get picked, so it doesn't really matter. But getting, like, knowing where it's important to paint, because like if you can get a bunch of paint in mid, even if you're not playing in mid, and even if you don't get picks, like getting this paint is really good on this game. And this is kind of like a Splatoon specific way of playing this game. In other shooters, like this matters less in a lot of spots. You can still make people uncomfortable with putting yourself, like just taking shots in random areas, but especially in a game like Splatoon, as long as your weapon shoots and hits a paintable surface, even if it does no damage, it always has some degree of inherent value. And like over time, you'll learn like, okay, this area, you know, getting paint around here is way more important than getting paint like, you know, like back here kind of thing. So like this is an obvious example, but like as you fine tune, you'll know like the certain areas that like you want to get paint on. And this is like kind of what we were diagramming out before. Where it's like keeping these types of areas painted puts extreme pressure on the enemy team. Usually it's around cover, usually it's around ledges. You know, getting paint over here makes them uncomfortable. And if they want to paint this back, they have to give information away as well. You know, they have to like get out of cover and shoot it in order to paint it back, which again is it makes sense as a concept, but that information can help the rest of your team. Oh shoot, that was not the right tool. So that's kind of the main thing. I think the way that your brain thinks about playing CDS and everything is great, but you know, understand that there's more value in paint than you think. And this is a problem that basically everyone has, even really good players. And I think you're a really good player, but you know, even players that are like way better than the both of us, don't value paint as much as they need to be. Knowing that CDS does 50 damage with fall off has been detrimental to my gameplay. Ignorance is bliss or something like that. But yeah, definitely, you know, if you play a lot of supporty weapons and a lot of if you play a lot of weapons that are forced to paint, you get better at that kind of decision making, or you should be getting it better at that decision making, because that's a really important concept if you're playing a support role that often is undervalued. Other than that, though, I think you played it really well. You know, there was little specific moments that I talked about stuff, but you know, you respected stuff when you needed to. You took risk when you needed to. All in all, this is a very solid game. Love to see it. But just work on the pathing and you know, just keep your role in mind. As a CDS, you have to play very flexible. Yeah, and this game totally makes sense. It's okay for you to have 10 deaths, A, because you're running a build to supply that, and B, you gave a lot of space for the rest of your team, so your leader could move up and get value with still not getting splatted, and like the rest of your team could kind of maneuver around for free because you were taking all of the heat, because you're putting yourself in aggressive spots and you were moving around well. Realistically, you probably have like at least like 2 or 3 less deaths if your teammates had slightly better awareness. But overall, this is good. I usually go about even. Is that bad? I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. Stats are a mystery to me. If you have to play, and again, it also depends on the type of role that you have to play. If you go even when your role is like frontline kind of thing, that's generally probably pretty good. But if you go like 3 and 3 versus going like 12 and 12, and you're running QR, for example, like 12 and 12 sounds a little more tantalizing on the surface than like 2 and 2, you know? So context for all of this definitely matters. I think your painting probably could have been a little bit better as a whole. I don't think it was bad for the most part, but I think there's little spots where you probably could have sprinkled it in better. But overall, like, I think you played your role really well, and these stats kind of make sense. So yeah, stats, there needs to be like a whole separate video and discussion around stats as a whole. I find it odd I consistently go around the 8 and 8. Yeah. I mean, it kind of makes sense, because like you're not going to, like, if you're running this kind of build, you're not going to get splatted, and you're not going in and taking as much risk as something like a Tetra, but you're still looking to take a lot of fights and take a lot of engagement. So like it kind of does make sense. But, you know, I'd worry less about the stats and try to decipher what those stats are trying to tell you, which different games will tell you different things. That's why stats are meaningless without the context around them. Good stuff. Thank you so much for the code. Hopefully you had you were able to find some value and all that. And again, with all of these reviews that are happening, I will, and I did it for some of the other ones. I'm still needing to do it for the ones I did yesterday. But I'll post the links to everything as I get them done. So usually like the next day I'll upload, or like usually that night I'll upload the VODs, and then I'll link the YouTube link of where that VOD is so you can see the full one. Obviously you were here, so like you're chilling, but if you know, I'll still link it in there, because if you ever want to refer back to it, or if someone else wants to refer back to it, it's probably just a good habit to do. So Wufnik, I don't know if you're still here. I know you said you had to go soon, so I apologize if that timing window is not great. But if you're still here and you're running a little bit low on time, I can try to streamline, and I'll be super focused on getting through this so that you can get some sleep. But I'll probably just go through it. Assuming that you're here. I need to use the restroom real quick because I drink a lot of water. Hydration is good, especially when you talk a lot. So yeah, I'll be right back. Hammerhead, open, Rainmaker. Interesting. I don't know how Painbrush is going to be on Rainmaker. Not that it's bad, but I actually don't know. So we'll see how it goes. Alright. Let me update the player info and then I'm going to use the restroom. And again, just a shill, especially with the Pro Trial raid. If anyone wants to post a review, it's completely free to do. There's a little bit of a wait, but if anyone posts anything now, it'll definitely get reviewed this week. I'm trying to get more streamlined and better at this process, so the more that I do, the faster everything will be. But yeah, still here. Let's go. All right, we're gonna start it here in a second, and I know that you said you needed to sleep, so we'll make it quick. We're playing Painbrush. And then I think this was open. I believe I saw that. Let me double check. Yep, open around S rank. Sick. S. Let's do open S rank. Thank you. Also, if anyone else, if you want to see like I do all of the reviews live on Twitch. If you would like to see the abridged versions, I usually try to cut them between 15 and 20 minutes for all of these reviews. I'm a little bit behind because it takes some time to edit and I'm still new to the process. So I have a little bit of patience, but those are consistently getting spun out usually once every couple days, but I'm trying to get it so that I can have one daily. And that'll all be on the main channel. There's also some map guides that I'm in the process of making that'll also be on the main channel. And I think the concept that we were just talking about before with like painting around ledges and stuff, that feels like it needs to be its own video as well. And that'll end up on the main channel when I get to it. And if you ever want to catch up with any of my older VODs, I'm trying to archive them all in on a separate YouTube channel because that's free storage, and saving the reviews locally on my hard drive takes a lot of space, especially when you stream relatively consistently. So any sort of support, especially on the main channel, if you're interested in the VOD channel, I always appreciate that, but any support I can have on the main channel helps me a ton. So enough of the shilling. Let me use the restroom real quick and we'll get right to it, Wufnik. I really appreciate your patience with this. Yeah, BRB. We are back. We are looking at some Rainmaker on Hammerhead. So we will get right into it. Alrighty. So the paintbrush from both teams. Well, we can see the names here, so we know that we are the orange team. So as I like to do with every review, I kind of want to go over just their general role. I'm still trying to understand the role of the paintbrush. I know it's like a mid-rangey kind of weapon. You have to be very deliberate with your positioning, because if you stay out in the open for too long, it's a very clunky, slow, ink-hungry weapon. So I probably want to use cover in a lot of spots and look for opportunities to surprise the enemy. There's a lot of ledges that we can work around on this map. I think early on we can probably play like these sides. And then as our team pushes more forward, we can look to play around, you know, especially once we're up here, we can look to play around like these ledges and look to really kind of bully people, because your team doesn't really have, your team is effectively like all shooters, which, you know, they can hit over ledges a little bit, especially Tetras. They can do like some cute fall off plays, but it's really going to be on you to kind of control ledges, which is, I think Painbrush does a pretty decent job of. But when you're looking at the way that you want to play it, that's just something to kind of consider. Looking at the enemy team, they are pretty mobile, have decent range. Again, they have a lot of, not a lot, but they have some mobility and they have some range. So we need to be a little bit careful with how we play stuff. I think I like our comp slightly better, but both comps, it's a pretty, like, it's relatively even. There's not like too many huge mismatches or anything. But we're definitely the more aggressive comp with a 52 and a Tetra. And, you know, they have a blaster for some up close, especially with the flexibility and like paintbrush and stuff. But I think especially if we use our specials, because CJ has Storm, right? Yeah. So yeah, between like Storm, Whale, you know, like all of your specials help your team kind of go in. So when y'all have an opportunity to be aggressive, you're going to have a lot of strength. We have to be careful not to snowball and like catch ourselves in bad positions. And especially as a paintbrush, I think it's really important for us not to be like caught out in the open or caught, you know, in a weird spot where you can get punished by a mobile CDS or a blaster looking to punish you, or a heavy if you're sitting out in the open and they're in range to deal with you. You know, if you're like sitting here and like taking a bunch of fights toward this type of ramp and heavy sitting up here, they can definitely look to punish you. So that's kind of generally what we want to look for. We have, I think we're going to want to play around our specials quite a bit, especially the light version of Tetra is going to want to be a little bit slower. But once we have control, I think we can snowball this game quite a bit. Same thing with the enemy team. They have blasters that deal with ledges, and it can be tough for both teams. But I like our overall position here. I think we're chilling. The other thing, because it's Rainmaker, we want to kind of figure out what team gets pop. I don't think either team does a great job, honestly, of getting pop. But if I was the orange team, like if I was your team, I would definitely go for it. Because you have Tetra, and Tetra does a pretty decent job at going for pop. And you are a little bit more mobile, even though like neither team has like too many lethals. So I don't know. Neither team has a strong pop, but I think contextually, I think y'all have a better, easier job at dealing with it. Nice try, nice try. So the one thing, kind of as I was mentioning before, I like that you looked for a target and you like found a good time to move forward. In these types of spots, I would look to play around ledges a little bit more. Either drop into these pits completely or at least like push up to like these kinds of walls. if there was an opening, you could even potentially look, it's a little bit greedy, but you can look to play behind this podium potentially and just like make the enemy team really uncomfortable. But I don't necessarily want us to be playing around like mid. I want us to spread out a little bit more. But, you know, there is a very clear opportunity for you to get this, and I don't hate it, but if you don't get it, or you have to stay there for a while to get it, which is kind of what ends up happening here, we're out in the open and anyone on the enemy team can come in and pick us while we're going for this fight. So I don't know how consistent fighting underneath the grate with Painbrush is. It seems like it'd be pretty consistent of a play. It might be a little bit unfortunate that you didn't get the trade here, but it is kind of a slow, clunky weapon. So you might be a little bit too out in the open here when you're trying to go for this play. I really like the idea, but I think there's potentially better ideas for you to take space and pressure the enemy team versus immediately going for the back line. Because this is like a very high risk, high reward, and you almost get it, but yeah, just keep that in mind. I think there's potentially lower reward stuff, but significantly less risk, where it's like medium reward for like pretty low risk. Playing around the sides of the map. Because you don't need to be the offensive weapon here. Like you have a 52 and you have a Tetra that can make the exact play that you're looking for. They can look for this play a little bit better. So I would, in a lot of spots like this, depending on team comps, but especially since you have two front lines in this kind of scenario, let them make this type of play. Because if Tetra's doing, like, your idea here is perfect. But imagine that you're a Tetra here, where instead of swimming through and then eventually they end up seeing you, if you're a Tetra, you roll a couple of times, get shots, and then continue to roll and continue shooting to clean this up. You're a lot harder to hit. Tetra would probably roll this way. I don't know. But either way, they're a lot more mobile and they have an easier chance. Like they can survive for longer, and there's probably a decent chance that you can get the pick because they're just like a little bit faster than what the Painbrush can do, because that's what that kit does well. Yo, hit stick low. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. But welcome in. Hope you're doing well. So that's what I would have liked to seen here. There probably will be comps where you need to be a little bit more aggressive, but this is not a comp where you need to be super aggressive. You can kind of follow up on what your teammates are doing. And in the meantime, just kind of chill, you know, get your special, provide cover, hold ledges, and just wait for your Tetra to go in, or wait for, you know, someone to use their special and like play around that. We don't necessarily have to play as risky. That's tough. Yeah, again, this is kind of a scenario where we're playing very much out in the open. We need to be very careful about where we're positioning ourselves. If you watch the Painbrush gameplay a little bit earlier from Sig, they were playing on Flounder, so the whole map geometry is a little bit different. But you'll notice a lot of times they wanted to squid surge up in the air, and there's like a small window when they're taking their shots where they're vulnerable. And then they're looking to drop off the ledge as they've gotten a couple of shots off. Tunnel's pretty hard. Yeah, a little bit of tunnel here, but you know, I think playing over here is totally fine. But if you're gonna go for this play, which at this point I'd be a little bit careful, because after some of the missed jumps and stuff, the enemy team might have a good idea where you are. But if you're gonna go for this play, again, it's relatively minor. But instead of playing here, and I don't know how easy it is to walk backwards while you're in the middle of shooting. That's something you have to test with the brush. But instead of going for this play here, if you ended up doing it like back here instead, so that you're able to drop off at any given moment, then I'm okay with this kind of poke in general. You're still very much in the open, and like you lose the range battle against the CDS, so you shouldn't win this in general, but I'm okay with you poking out, taking a couple of shots, and then immediately backing out. And regardless of if you get this splat or not, like you don't care if you get the splat or not, you're just poking out real quick, getting a couple of shots and moving back. You know, again, this isn't the best scenario. But in terms of positioning, if you're closer to the ledge right here, this makes all the difference in this type of spot. This is a little bit of positioning. This tiny difference here, it makes all the difference. Especially when you play a really clunky, immobile weapon like the Painbrush. But decent idea is tough. But I like how you were like a little bit more trying to poke out there. But again, we're trying to create opportunities when I still think that we want our Tetras in 52 to be looking for these types of plays. Like hover around the right side and let the CDS make the first move, you know? Because they probably want to move away from that corner and they want to start playing the game. So use that to your advantage and look for opportunities to punish them for wanting to move forward. What was that? You like hit the chump coming in, and because you're in brush mode, you got like bounced over. I'm good with this. I'd be careful. Again, you're sitting out in the open in these spots. I'd be a little bit careful. Like your whole team is situated in this area. I would kind of like for you to like drop off and just kind of spread out a little bit. They're going to be uncomfortable because you use Wave Breaker. So instead of sitting back in the choke with the rest of your team, if you go a little bit wider here, you have enough range to, you know, they're going to have a hard time pushing you, and you can use this little stack in the pit areas to give you some cover, or you can use this little block that's in Rainmaker. But try to spread the enemy team out a little bit. Again, your goal isn't necessarily to take fights, but just to make the enemy team awkward. Which, you know, in this spot, you did stay alive long enough and your teammate, one of your frontliners was able to get a pick, so that's super good. But we want to continue to keep that playstyle going. Yeah, it's a little bit scary. Yeah, and in this type of spot, like, they know you're here, so, like, sharking in the spot isn't that great. I'd rather just get some more paint, destroy the sprinkler and stuff, because they know that you're up here. Is this the last review? We'll definitely do another one. Is yours coming up, Fizzy? I haven't really looked at the order. Oh, yours is next. Yeah, we'll definitely do yours if you're still here. Yeah, if you can definitely hang around and make sure I get to it. That'll probably be the last one for tonight, but yeah, I can definitely get to it. But again, I like your patience here, but yeah, I mean, overall this play is fine. I really like the patience here. Like after you get that initial pick with the curling bomb, because you have a player advantage, I want you to be able to press that advantage a little bit, and that's where I want you to drop in these types of spots. Obviously, when the Rainmaker pop was happening here and everything after, it's scary to move forward, so I like you poking with curling bombs. But once you get that first pick, immediately look to start taking space. You still don't want to take fights, but move forward and make the enemy team uncomfortable. Because like the enemy team has like time to like, get back in and everything while all this is happening. And they have a bunch of paint in mid, which, you know, being able to push a little bit and stay alive means that you can paint a little bit more. Nice. That's tough. I got caught out in the open a little bit, but that's tough. That's tough. So in this kind of spot, I don't know if you're still here, Wufnik, but it's not that this play is good or bad. I'm just interested. What is your thought process? What are you looking for in this kind of scenario? Like your teammates go down, so you want to kind of slow down so that your teammates have a chance to move in. But what's your overall goal with this type of play? I just kind of want to get poke into your brain a little bit. Go here because I thought the beacon was still there. Gotcha. Because yeah, you can check that with the minimap, but I think holding the space is totally fine. I just want to know, like, get some justification as to why we're holding certain spots. And like, if you use this curling bomb and use this curling bomb and you haven't been shot at all, there's probably, this gives you some clues that there's probably a good chance that like, there's not someone up here, there's not someone over here. Like, you made a lot of noise, which means that you have some time to maneuver. So you end up putting yourself all the way up here and you're just sharking, but you're like really far away from the play. If you get this curling bomb down and like when you start maneuvering this way and you haven't been shot at all, like you don't have to move all the way back here. You can chill right here. And you can either like get paint, so like you can paint in this type of spot, or you know, you got that information and then, okay, I'm going to sit here and then I'm going to look for an opportunity to like push the people, because if they're not over in this area, they have to be over in this area. And like you maneuvering and stuff is a good way for you to get like some kind of context clues in these types of spots. Hold on, give me 1 second. And again, I really like the idea here. I like that you are sharking and slowing down the game because the enemy team wants to push because they have a numbers advantage, but we don't need to be doing it like all the way on the other side of the map. It's going to take us a lot of time to be able to assist. But like with the curling bombs and stuff, like it gives us an opportunity to sit here. We can potentially be over here and look like flank around or flank around this way. There's a lot of really cool angles that you can do that you set yourself up for, but we can't cash in on it because we're playing on basically another map. Anyways, I'll be back. Okay. The reason I stopped on the ramp is so that I could look at the map and confirm the beacon wasn't there. A little bit awkward, gotcha. And again, that's why I like to ask these questions, because, you know, that's like a different thing for you to work on. Where like you're doing this deliberately to give yourself time, which, you know, as you get better, when you're moving through a curling bomb, and if you're comfortable with map checking, you can like figure out all the stuff like as you're doing all of this, but obviously it takes a lot of muscle memory and a lot of practice to get to that point. Especially with beacons not being as prevalent as they have been recently. Like everyone kind of has to get a little bit sharper on beacon spotting. But I like that you're like concerned about it, you know? And again, your sharking pays off. So again, I really, really like the idea, but we probably could have optimized our positioning a little bit better. Okay. So when we throw curling bombs like this, I want us to like look to reposition. I think sometimes we get too stuck on a singular idea, and we want to just have more presence in more spots. We'll let this play out. We'll let you cook a little bit. That's tough. I don't even hate the jump there. Hopefully we could jump to our backline instead, but because if we jump to our teammate here, we save some time. But I like that you assess that there's an immediate danger and you reposition. But one of the concepts, especially the role that you're playing as a paintbrush, one of the things that I want to establish is like you want to establish yourself in as many places as you can. Obviously, the more that you maneuver, the more that you shoot at stuff, you're going to make yourself more vulnerable. So there's an art to it. But I just want to kind of introduce the idea to you so that it's a little bit easier on your end. And so you can start thinking about it and start looking for plays. So this pick, sick. You repositioning after the pick, sick. Should you reposition here versus positioning, you know, looking to be more aggressive and positioning here? There's risk and reward to both, but this is like totally fine. This is great. You get the curling bomb out after the pop. Love this. After the curling bomb, you know, like how much more value are we going to get just sitting right here? We threw a curling bomb, so we know we're here. There's a 52 here, so we know they're like, they know that we're here. So like, what are we trying to do sitting in this kind of spot for as long as we are? And like, we back out a little bit and maneuver a little bit, but we don't really like act on it. And one thing that I'd like us to do in these kinds of spots, just kind of poke at these people. This is a spot, like if we're around this cover, or if we want to maneuver around this block, you know, still play around cover, but like just annoy this person. Our goal isn't to get a pick on this person, it's just to get them out of the way. Just establish a presence. Because if you move them back and they move back this way, so we'll do an overhead. This is like the battle for turf. And if you if you swing a little bit this way and start getting some shots on them, like it takes them, as we saw with the last review with CDS, like it takes forever for those things to get picks. So, you know, if this was a squiffer or something looking at you, then yeah, probably don't want to poke out as a paintbrush because we're going to get one shot. But against the CDS, like this matchup, we bully them, you know, like we can't sit out in the open forever, but in this type of spot where they're the one sitting out, and we're the one sharking, like let's swing around, you know, still be relatively close to cover so we're not fully out in the open. But just get a couple of shots and just see what they do. Depending on how they play it, we have to play it a little bit different. But, you know, if they back out this way, then that means we can push up. Like if they back out this way, that means that we are able to take this wall, which makes them uncomfortable. Or if they back out this way, that means that we can potentially just move up to where they're at now, and we can like sit behind this block, and we have full control of this area. And it really depends on how this person ends up playing it. You know, we have to be reactive, and we have to understand, okay, us throwing shots at them has consequences, and you know, they should have to move at some point. You know, they could potentially roll at us and take a fight, which if they start taking a fight with us, then we move back behind cover and we have that 52 with us when we initially went for the play. And even if they're not there with us, we can continue to stay behind cover, and we don't, like, this person is not a slight threat. They just are annoying and they take space. But this is a spot where they're vulnerable and we can take advantage of it. I hear the Waybreaker. I hesitate on repositioning. That's totally fair. But that's why, like, you're just poking. Because, like, your goal isn't to see this out to its finale. It's not like, oh, I'm going down or the CDS is going down. But the little bit of poke makes this person uncomfortable. And if they're not uncomfortable and they're just damaged and they're still trying to poke at you, then you can either look to move forward and take that fight and clean them up, or, you know, it provides your teammates an opportunity to look to push at them. But these little checks in this type of spot where it's very low risk, but there's potential options to put in your favor, you have to know what you want to do with it, but it's good to just kind of like throw those things out. Just get paint in little areas, get, you know, because in the spot when you're sitting here, like they're painting all around you and you're not able to paint at all. So it just, there's a lot of downside the longer that you wait in this spot. And it's hard to evaluate when, you know, when it's better for you to sit here versus when do you need to poke at them versus when do you need to paint versus repositioning. But yeah, it's an idea that you're not going to be able to implement and be perfect at, but I just kind of want to plant the seed so you think about it a little bit more. You know, maybe you move out and you mess it up and you get splatted. That's fine. You know, it doesn't mean that you shouldn't do it. It just means that I need to refine the approach. I need to sit closer to cover. I need to, you know, make sure that my teammates are here and I'm going for this play. You can figure out your conclusions, but try to test out some of these things. I think I take too long to make decisions. A lot of the time I'm not moving, I'm just thinking of what to do. Yeah, I mean, again, this is totally natural. Splatoon is ultimately a game of time and a game of timing windows specifically. Everything in this game can be boiled down to and can be reduced down to timing windows. Timing windows of when people are getting specials, timing windows of when those specials are out, timing windows of, you know, your team gets a wipe. How far can we move forward until the enemy team is able to start challenging us and start threatening that space with us? And how, you know, how greedy can we get and take that space while they're still respawning and they're still swimming back in? Everything's timing windows. And as you improve as a player, you'll be fast. Your goal is to be faster and faster with those timing windows. A lot of times the difference between like, and this is like competitive stuff, but like mid-level teams, like the gap between mid-level teams and low-level teams, or mid-level teams versus top-level teams, is that they're faster at those timing windows. It's usually not mechanical. There usually isn't a ton of mechanical differences between a lot of them. There's a lot of like low-level players that mechanically are very, very good. They just make really bad decisions all the time. And so that like if they get a wipe, they don't capitalize on that wipe as much as they should. And if, you know, they'll take a lot of risk and they don't understand how bad it is to wipe or to go down. And a lot of that judgment, a lot of that value, a lot of understanding and being able to take advantage of certain timing windows is tough. That's the name of the game when it comes to Splatoon. So something that you'll naturally get better at, but you want to make sure that you're like pushing yourself. You know, take risk when it makes sense. Try not to take super high risk where it's like, okay, I'm going in and I'm trying to, you know, I'm getting a splat and I'm not moving or repositioning until I get that spot, which you're repositioning in a lot of spots and you're doing it pretty well. But there's some times where you position, like at the beginning of the match when you pushed, is like a good idea, but like you push and you start taking shots on the heavy, like in the middle of the open. And this is a type of play as a Painbrush, going for this pick, it's splatter be splat. And we can be a lot more nuanced than just like either you go down or I go down. And we've done that a couple of times this game. But I like that you're able to get out there. Live to fight another day. Should be able to get our special out before the Rainmaker is moving. Unfortunately, we don't get the pick, but the idea was not bad. The other thing that I do want to mention in this kind of spot, though, is that you are still sitting in the same position as the rest of your team. And sometimes your frontliners are going to look to be wider and look to take space. And you do need to play in this middle area because someone has to watch it while the other people are going for flanks. But your teammates at this point have established a pattern. Like your backline's generally going to sit in the middle because they have long range and they just want to like control as much space as they can. But you know, if you're 52 and your Tetras, if they went wide a lot, then I think your positioning is totally fine. But there's been like 3 or 4 pushes at this point where they are sitting in mid. So if they're sitting in mid and 3 of your teammates are in mid, or at least 2 of them, you know, we want to go like wider, which maneuvering down here is a little bit awkward, but we can totally like drop down here, you know, look to be up here and drop down, or just like look to take these types of fights directly. But we can approach from a different angle and make the enemy team more uncomfortable. Because if they see your entire team and balled up in one area, they get to take so much space. You know, they can sit up here for free. They can hold this ledge for free. It puts your team in a really awkward spot. So you want to make sure you're fanning out as much as you can. Because everything that everyone's doing gets less value if you're all positioning yourself in the same spots. But again, as you're mentioning with like, you take too long to make decisions, like everyone does that to a certain degree. Everyone can be faster and more efficient with their decision making. But we need to experiment a little bit more and adapt to certain scenarios. And I understand you want to be in front of the objective, but you also have to have a little bit of trust in like what the rest of your team's doing. Because if no one takes these side angles, because everyone wants to focus on the objective, then the enemy team, you're just giving up more and more space. And the game gets significantly harder for you and for everyone else on your team. So, lose lead, but so far it hasn't been too bad. It could be way worse. We'll see how it goes. Okay. Yeah, again, in these types of spots, we'll let you cook a little bit. Yeah. So I do like that you're moving past and around the Rainmaker in this spot, but again, we're playing a very centralized, like vanilla position. We're playing very obvious spots, and we start shooting our Painbrush out in the open, and we're getting punished for it, which is what should happen. In this type of scenario, there's a couple of ways that you can play it. I like that you drop and that you're not just going, like you're not just sitting here and just like waiting for the pop, but moving into this area is like very dangerous because there isn't a lot of places for you to go and you only have this one little bit of cover. Once your team gets a pick and gets an advantage, like this is a spot where you could look to drop out over here. And if you start painting this area or you throw a curling bomb like across this way toward mid, it makes these people really uncomfortable. Because right now they get to focus, they can hold their position and just focus all their efforts in one direction. But if you start painting over here, get curling bombs out, if you find other ways to apply pressure to them, they get really uncomfortable. Oh, there's paint happening over here. Either I'm going to direct my attention to it and then you can, you know, space properly to make sure that you don't get one shot by this blaster. Or they back out, and if they start backing out, like if they try to take a fight with you over here, then like your teammate has an opportunity to like potentially move in and assist. But if they start backing out and they don't take the fight, you don't have an opportunity of getting a splat, but you can start painting more. And if they back out and they're holding like these types of positions instead of where they're at now, then you can drop here, look to flank around here and continue the side pressure. And they're like, oh, well, you know, either I have to take a fight or we have to continue to give up space. And this is all just by applying pressure, not getting splats, you know, like we're making a lot of commitments here. Isn't something you considered? Yeah. And again, all of this is in context. There's no, like, I don't want people to flowchart the game at all. I'm not saying you're doing this, but everything needs to be put into context. If your Tetras consistently were dropping down and they were the ones applying the side pressure, someone on your team's doing it, so you probably can chill out here. But you need to adapt based off of what your teammates are doing. And do I think that your Tetras should be taking these side angles more? Absolutely. 52 could do it? Absolutely. But they're not doing it, so we need to adapt a little bit. And I think all of you can do it pretty well. But the fact that none of you are doing it is making this game very difficult for you all. And you have to take these types of risk to look to make an impact on the game instead of these more indirect approaches of applying pressure and not going for a pick, you know, not going for a splat. I hate that you dropped out because you were going for the beacon, but I love that you drop out and take a side angle here. We'll see how you play it. But like, even if there wasn't a beacon there, I love that you're like fanning out a little bit from the rest of your team. Yeah, like that's tough. You have to clean up. Like your curling bombs and stuff apply really good pressure. You just want to continue to reposition and just keep mixing it up on what you're trying to do and make the enemy team uncomfortable. I can't overstate how much, like, splats are good, but constantly making the enemy team uncomfortable there's a lot of value to that. Painbrush is taking each other out. This makes me laugh. It's funny, they're both flailing the brushes. But brush v brush is always funny to watch. Yeah, I love these curling bombs. This is the ink-hungry nature of this. Nice repositioning. This is the Painbrush diff right here. You just diff the other brush. But I love the ideas here. This is a very creative play. And I just want to highlight it because there's a lot that you do really well here. Like you reposition initially to stay alive, great. You're sitting in this type of spot, getting good angles, like you're getting a bunch of information safely. You're getting more ink, you're recovering your health, this is sick. You see this person drop, you probably could have gone for the brush, but I think you already had this plan in your mind before you see this person drop. So I don't blame you, because like reacting to that's pretty tough. But like, I like this idea. You see this person here, so we immediately back up, but they have to deal with this curling bomb as well. So they have to make a decision. Do I back up or do I like immediately take the fight? And if they run at you and take the fight, you've kind of checkmated them because they have to reposition and then start swinging when you're already in position to swing. So this is really good. And then they decide to back up. So you kind of poke at them a little bit. You run out of paint. So you like chill. And then as this play develops, I love that you're going, like you're just, you know that they're going to probably look for a fight here. So you like slowly inch your way up and get underneath them and get behind them. It's just like, this play is awesome. I love all of the ideas that are happening here. And I know a lot of times when I do these reviews, you know, like I want to make sure that I'm highlighting like really brilliant plays here. Because something like this could often go overlooked of like, oh yeah, like you got the splat, nice job. But like there's a lot of really smart ideas happening here. And I just want to make sure I highlight them because I don't know. I might be kind of weird for this, but like I always see like competitive games where it's like one person's decision making versus another person's decision making. I find a lot of like beauty in it. It's like there's like an art to it. And this play is just like very beautiful. Is it executed like perfectly? Are the mechanics perfect? Probably not. But there's just so many awesome ideas, and like player versus player, like outside of the weapon, outside of Splatoon, you versus this other human, you made a bunch of really nice decisions. You made this person uncomfortable and you thought a step ahead and outplayed them. And to me, that's very beautiful. So, you know, I don't want to highlight it anymore, but it's a cool play. I really like this. So whenever I see these plays that really inspire me and I'm like, oh man, this is like really awesome, I just like to highlight them. Hopefully other people can appreciate them in the same way that I do, but that's really good stuff. You know, I like to make sure I'm like critical of your play, not to be mean, but to help you improve. But I also want to make sure I'm highlighting the good stuff that you're already doing. I feel like that with Flingza, it's a good way to trip people up. Yeah, the mix-ups are so much fun. This is the fun part of Splatoon for me. It's not like playing the game, it's playing against the player. And we absolutely diff them in this scenario. Unfortunately, our team got diffed by the Okay, so this entire opportunity this is really unfortunate. This whole scenario. Yo, T-Boy Swags. Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate you, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Hopefully you had a nice weekend. Hopefully you've been enjoying the new patch. It's like this whole play is fine. I like that you don't get in range of this reef and unfortunately your team gets tripped up. One thing I do want to note here, because I can feel the panic in the way that you're playing, which you should be panicked because you're kind of dunzo. But there's 17 seconds left. I think technically they can just run the Rainmaker back into their base and you can't catch them and it's GG. But one thing I do want to note, like not everyone's going to play it like super perfect. And like this person's trying to take shots on you. I would slow this down a little bit. Because realistically, what are the chances of us running at this person and like getting a pick? Like it's basically 0. One thing that we can do in this type of spot is we can potentially look to play, like look for alternative ways to slow them down, which like you have to take a bunch of gambles here. You have to stop the Rainmaker, get pop, and find a lead. So like you're tasked with an impossible task here, but the way that you play it, this basically never works out. This is where we want to be, and this is a very high pressure panicked situation, so it's tough. But just running at the Rainmaker like this when they have someone there to support them is basically a 0% chance. An idea, and you don't have a lot of ideas because there's not a lot of ways to engage on this map, But just an idea, when your team goes down like that, when you're sitting in this type of spot, one thing you can do is like you can use this block. You can either jump this way. You can also use the side of this block and squid roll off of it and get up to their snipe with just the squid roll. 15 seconds is still a lot of time to work with. You don't need to get the stop now. Obviously, you want to get the stop now because emotionally, this is a very stressful situation for you. And you just want it to be over because we're humans and we don't like to be stressed. Give teammates jumps. Yeah, certainly. But I don't want us to sit back because this person should be like just moving it backwards and there's nothing you can do. But if we're fast enough, if we squid roll off of this and take this snipe area, there's a chance we can like catch them as they're going up this way. And there's a chance we can potentially get a pick in this type of spot. So I just want us to come up with some sort of creative idea other than just like running out in the open. Like us playing perfect in this situation is basically never going to happen because this is a very high pressure situation. But I just want to show other ideas. Even in the most desperate scenarios, there's still an opportunity. You know, you can move around here, wall jump, you can jump on top of this block and go. Like, but there's different ideas that we can play with outside of like, oh, I need to stop this, so I'm just running forward in the most direct way possible. Because I think we're very heavy-handed with a lot of our decision making. Where we do the most direct thing possible, which puts us in very risky spots. Which again, I'm not faulting you in this spot because you're tasked with an impossible task, but something in other spots where maybe there's 30 seconds left where they can't just run backwards, that this can be a little bit better. Yo, what's up, Ty? How much for me to get a review is totally free. You're chilling. But how you doing, Ty? How's the CDS life going? Actually, what have you been playing recently? Like for the new patch? Are you going like Slosh or CDS or what's the vibe right now? There's been a lot of information to process with all the tournaments and stuff. I'm still trying to catch up. And also welcome in, Bell. Welcome. Thank you so much for the happy affiliate anniversary. CDS still using machine though? Yeah, no, I think machine's totally fine. It's the human reaction. Again, this happens in every game that I've played. Whenever something gets like pretty heavily or awkwardly nerfed, people don't want to play it because why would I want to play something that's gotten worse? But yeah, eventually people will flock a little bit more to machine. Probably not as much as they are now, but it's definitely, like you said, it's definitely a very strong option in a lot of scenarios. But it's going to take a little bit for the shininess of the sizzle season to have that happen. Okay, I think at this point the game's probably GG. Except for there's more time than there should be. Okay, well the enemy team's trolling. But hey, if they're trolling, there's a chance for... Wait, okay, good that you got behind cover. Alright, let's see. Let's see some creative plays here. How can we creatively get value out of Rainmaker? Yeah, we should be getting shots a lot faster than we are. Oh, okay, get behind cover. Alright, we're chilling. Okay. Alright. Good. Enemy team deserves to lose for trolling like that. I'm glad that happened. And nice job staying alive. Good stuff. Oh, man. Yeah, no one deserves to win when they troll like that. CDS is dog. Beacon underrated, but Chump doesn't do enough. Yeah, Chump is like where the line marker was before. It needs a lot of, it needs like 3 patches of slow buffs that they're giving in order for it to see some play. Like obviously any buff is a step in the right direction, but it definitely needs a lot more. They deserve to lose. It's true though. If you troll, get out of here. Sometimes I troll and I want to get punished. If I make a really bad decision in a game, I want to get punished for it. I don't want to get rewarded for making bad decisions. V-slash too confusing. You have a higher chance of going back to shooter. Yeah, it's fair. Slosh is like tough. I don't know. I tried to play bucket a little bit toward the end of Splatoon 2. I played like soda slosh a tiny bit. That thing is rough. I think we'll probably see more of a rise in like tri sloshes before we see slosh get shine. Obviously, someone like Kyo and like Madness and stuff that are cracked at this game, they can make a high execution weapon like slosh work. But yeah, it's tough. There's a lot of effort that you have to put in. That it's probably better just to stay machine if you're sitting in that kind of spot, or you know, switch the game plan altogether. I say about the paint, the durability is still very weak. Yeah, for sure. Also, welcome in, Noah. Hello. How's it going? We're doing well. We're pushing through some reviews. It's been a good time. Machine try probably what I use for comp. Yeah, I think there's definitely some viability for the dually squelchies, but yeah, it's tough. If Trump is a little bit better, I think that kid's actually kind of, it gets really interesting. But yeah, like you said, Trump just doesn't do enough right now. Feels bad. So similar to the other paintbrush, which I think this is somewhat of a theme because it's a new weapon and it takes time to get comfortable with these weapons, but we want to work on our creativity a little bit. In Sig's case before, it was more creativity in respect to how we approached. I think Sig approached really safely, or like approached like using ledges and stuff, but just had the same approach every time. But I think our approaches were looking in different directions, but we end up putting ourselves in very risky spots, and we're going into a fight making a decision of like, I'm spotting you or you're spotting me. And if you take that fight against like a heavy or something that outranges you, you're probably going to lose that fight more often than you win. So so I'm going to say I want you to be more agile. Some of it is creativity. Like when you're in the spot and you throw this curling bomb here after the Rainmaker gets popped, I love the setup. Like your setups are really nice. We just don't follow up with very elegant plays. We're very heavy-handed in the way that we make our decisions. And we need to be a little bit more delicate with how we play. We can, you know, we can move out of cover, get some shots on this person that isn't expecting us, and just get a little bit of poke. And once we start making these plays, then, you know, continuing on to that play might be difficult. Because how do we play it if they run at us versus how do we play it if they move back this way and they keep painting versus if they move back and they, you know, they continue to move back because they're very scared versus moving back toward their team. Like there's a bunch of different decisions they can make, and depending on how they play it, that's going to change how we want to play it. But I want us to at least start getting into those spots. We're going to be very uncomfortable when we do those things, but I just want these scenarios. The main thing is I want us to focus on staying alive and find other ways to play around stuff. So in certain cases, it's going to be side angles or off angles, like playing the sides versus playing mid. And just as a team, you can, especially in solo queue, you kind of have to just adapt to what the rest of your team's doing. And the rest of your team was very set on playing mid the whole game, so we need to adapt and look to play these types of sides because we can still get value out of it. And when we did play the sides, we did get value. But yeah. Yeah. I don't want you to do more poking. That isn't the right way of approaching it. But I don't want your mentality. We need to stop the splat or B splat. every fight, every engagement we take doesn't have to lead with someone getting splatted. We need to stop with that kind of thinking because it's gonna put us in a lot of awkward spots. Speaking of awkward spots, the other thing mainly that I wanted to focus on is your positioning. A lot of this is more general. Play ledges, play walls. In general, you just want to play cover. If you go back and look when you get splatted in a lot of areas, like at the beginning, you're splatted out in the open. You know, at the end of the game, you get splatted out in the open. There's a lot of times where you take fights out in the open. Not all of them, but a lot of them, you're just like, oh, I'm going to move forward and I'm going to start taking a fight at the first person I see. And whoever gets the pick, gets the pick. And we want to play a little bit more nuanced. So I think in general, your positioning can be a little bit better. The other thing in terms of like the micro positioning, which I'm less worried about, but like certain spots, like when you were taking the fight with the VDS or CDS here, like this fight isn't great for you because they can roll around and get out of your range. But instead of being positioned where you are here, I'd rather you be positioned like literally like right on this ledge so that at any moment you're able to move back and drop off. This is how you have to play a lot of different weapons. When I play Splash, and when you watch good players play Splash, you'll see them very often. Like if they move forward and play out of cover, it's because there's a very big advantage that they're playing around. But if they're kind of just like playing this poke game and there's like this 50-50 type of opportunity, then they're going to be playing, you know, either behind a ledge, or if they're past the ledge, they're playing in line with it. So at any moment they can drop out if things get too dangerous. And we want to leave those options available. It's really important to stay alive, because the longer you stay alive, the more decisions that you can make. And then kind of just the last thing is just overall, just kind of understand your role. And this is going to change. So like in this game, you had 2 frontliners that can engage fights for you. You just need to support them, and you need to play kind of sharky, like something like an Octobrush does often, and just look for opportunities to get picks on these people. But let your frontliners do a lot of the heavy lifting for you, and then look to kind of squeeze yourself in spots to catch the enemy off guard. There will be times where you can't just play that role. You might be forced into a game where you kind of are the only front line and you have to be more mobile and be more annoying. Similar to how the CDS had to play in the last review that we saw on Umami. So it's something, think about the role and figure out how you need to fit into it. Painbrush is still a very new weapon, so this isn't something that you're going to figure out in a day, you know. It's going to take some time, but kind of think about that stuff overall, and other than that, you'll be chilling. Again, I think when you put yourself into situations where you're not just trying to get a pick or get splatted, you had a lot of really elegant, very smart plays that you did. And I want to, the longer you stay alive, the more time and opportunity, and the more you move around after throwing that curling bomb, it creates these really uncomfortable spots where I know when you get into those spots, you can play them very, very well. And you demonstrated that you were able to play them very, very well this game. But we want to have those opportunities show up more consistently. Yeah, I think overall we played a pretty good game. Yes, makes some good sense. Yo, what's up, Noah? Can we look later at mine? When is yours? And if you have any questions, Wufnik, please let me know. Otherwise, thank you so much for the review. Really appreciate you. What is your name on Discord? There's a lot of things I know I never would have caught. Yeah, no problem. The cool thing about like reviews like this is that you know, it's going to take you some time to really get comfortable with some of the things that I want you to implement. But we can see a very different type of play style in the next game. I'm really excited. If you decide to submit another review later, you know, whether it be a week, couple of weeks, you know, whatever the case is, I'm really interested to see what that next review you submit, what that looks like and how you play. I'm trying to look for your replay. No, but I don't remember. Oh, yeah, you submitted it yesterday. Yeah, we'll probably get to that in a couple of days. Probably in the middle of the week, we'll get to it. But yeah, we're definitely not going to be able to get through that tonight. But I'll make sure I ping you about that. Anyways, last review we're going to do for tonight is going to be Fizzyb0mb. And I believe that they should still be in here, so I'm going to save you the ping. But if you're not here, then I can ping you. But I appreciate your patience with all of this, and I just really enjoy your company and chat and all of the conversation. So you're here. Let's go. Let's go. All right, what do we play? Orange Zap. Let's go. Speaking of chump, Flamblitz Manta. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Yeah, it was a Vapor. Vapor set today was solid. It was fun watching your team play. You ran into a very tough Tempest team who ended up playing very, very, very well today. That was a joy to watch. All right. Shoot, what else was I doing? They were sharp. Didn't have the ace roster. I feel you. I feel you. That's a tough thing about playing with more than 4 people on our roster. Sometimes you'll find yourself into matches where it's like, oh man, because like someone might be like unavailable or, you know, they just can't make the tournament. It's like, oh man, if they were here, like this would change the whole dynamic of the set and stuff. But it was a fun set to watch nonetheless. Okay. Oh yeah. I needed to update this thing. That's what I was waiting on. Orange Zap. It doesn't get an elegant name because Orange Zap. It's got 2 spaces. This was open and we're about X rank. Okay, awesome. Hardly ever touch Clan Blitz. Would like to be better. Any information regarding your play's good or bad habits? Absolutely. We got you. You know what? Maybe instead of Orange Zap, maybe we do condense it. Maybe we say 89. Otherwise, this doesn't fit. You showed up 2 hours late. Oh no. Only showed up for game 3. That's tough. Yeah, I know y'all were shuffling roster a little bit throughout the set. As always, tough. Alright. Speaking of tough, we're playing Orange Zap. I love this weapon. But the same thing that Ty was talking about a little bit earlier, Chump just is not where we need it to be strong. I think it's somewhat viable, but it's still a little weak, especially in a lot of solo queue environments where your team isn't fully collapsing on certain opportunities. Anyways, our team, we have another dually squelchy. Machine, which I think Machine on Manta specifically is very, very good. We did a review. I posted the video on YouTube it was a couple of videos ago. I think the cover was like Slosh or Swim. I don't remember. That was a thumbnail. I don't remember what the title of the video was, but Sam was playing Machine on this map, and Machine does a really good job of covering like all of these ledges, like covering this ledge, hitting over top, is a very, very, very good weapon on this map specifically. Even with the nerf, it's still going to be very strong. There's a lot of open space, so depending on the enemy comp, the least squelchies can be very annoying. And I like that there are aggressive options with your carbon on this game. So it doesn't have to do a bunch of slaying. It can kind of just be annoying and kind of just hang around and we're chilling. Like Manta as a map. Yeah, I like Manta. I think it's a really cool map. I think I'm bad at the map. Like I've warmed up a little bit to Flounder. The more I've played it, the more I understand it and the better that I generally do on the map. I think Manta is going to slowly get to that kind of point. Trying to get replay codes from Nintendo Top 4. I asked Kyo, and Kyo said that they should be able to provide codes, but it might take a little bit of time. But I was just asking them if they can like download them and stuff. We can get them whenever. Ask Madison Char. All right, cool. I asked a team, and they may or may not be able to provide a code. I think some teams actually just don't want stuff recorded and captured, which I can understand for like scrims and stuff, but I don't understand why someone would like be very secretive about like tournament sets. Like I guess if you lose, it's like unfortunate. Like you don't want something to be recorded when you lose, but only ask for top 4. That's fair. I'm interested in some of the other sets, but yeah, top 4 is probably the main thing that we'd want. Getting ahead, never mind. Okay, we'll get to it. I found a 2989 main on OpenRec. Oh no. Yeah, that'd be sick. But Zap will see more play, which is good, but I don't know how much more 89 we're gonna see. So yeah, cherish the people that play your weapon. So yeah, our team's pretty well balanced. The only thing that's a little bit awkward in our scenario is that we're probably like Carbon is a very greedy, very selfish weapon, and it's a very paint hungry weapon. It needs a lot of paint in order to be able to maneuver around and get into comfortable spots where it can get picks. We don't fully have, like, we have okay paint, but we don't have great paint. So when we compare it to the enemy team, they are kind of in a similar boat. I actually don't know which team paints better. I think the enemy team paints slightly better, but I think your team has enough paint so that the Carbon can get value. But that's going to require us to make sure that we're staying alive and we're getting down a lot of paint. So when I look at this type of comp, I'm seeing us as like a very true support where we're playing very slow. We're trying to stay alive and just continue to get down as much paint as possible, basically in every scenario. Enemy team, we get to deal with missiles, we get to deal with inkjet, we get to deal with them constantly respawning, taking aggressive fights. There's definitely some threats here. It's not necessarily the scariest comp. I think the big play potential is the thing that I'm scared about. If the Zap plays it really well, the tactical or spam is going to be very annoying, especially on a mode like a mode like Clan Blitz. Like Clan Blitz and Rainmaker is where tactical gets a lot of value, but you know, their weapons themselves aren't the scariest, especially like Wiper without a sub. These aren't the scariest weapons to deal with. They're definitely a lot scarier when they're amped up on tactical or buff, but their specials are very scary. So we want to be aware of when the inkjet's ready and make sure that we're not putting ourselves and especially multiple people on our team, especially like at like S rank and like around that area, like the S rank area. People are better at coordinating with teammates, but often don't just try to fan out and spread out if people are getting too clumped. And if we get too clumped, missiles and inkjet are going to chew us up. So we have to be very careful about those threats. But otherwise, there's a lot of stuff for us to paint. In terms of getting value out of Super Chump, getting control of enemy bunker is always good. If we get control of the enemy bunker, we need to like, you know, getting super chumps in this kind of area just to force them to either move forward or force them to move back is not a bad position for us to be in. But yeah, we're definitely gonna want to be very supporty this kind of game. We don't want to take a lot of fights, take a lot of risk. There's a time and place for it, but yeah. Doing wacky stuff with Chomp. He was holding forward. Ooh, that sounds like fun. I did only recently start picking up zaps. This whole match might be kind of embarrassing. Yeah, no, it's part of the process. Again, it requires, like, it takes a lot of I always drop my controller. It takes a lot of like courage, and you have to put yourself vulnerable to do VOD reviews, especially in a forum where I'm like streaming it live and stuff. Not that I have like a huge following or anything, but like, you know, you're getting judged by your peers, and I want to make this space a very educational space. You know, it's not like, oh, you made this mistake and we're gonna laugh at you for it, because everyone makes poor mistakes. Everyone's learning, especially during a new season. Like, people are playing like Painbrush for the first time, and it's gonna be tough for people to, like, it takes time to learn these things. So, you know, the biggest thing to keep in mind with all this is, like, you know, this is getting better at a game is a competitive journey, and you're just looking for ways to make incremental improvement. That should be the overall goal if you're trying to improve at a game. Don't worry about where you're at. Don't compare yourself to where other people are at. You know, everyone's journey is going to be different, but you just want to compare yourself now to, you know, compare yourself in this review to the 89 player that you'll be in a week or 2 weeks or a month or a couple months, however long it takes. As you start implementing this stuff, as you get more comfortable, as you get more reps on this weapon as a whole, we'll get there. Oh yeah, build. Oh, we're here to paint quite a bit, so I'm here for it. I'm gonna focus a lot on the painting aspect, especially since that's kind of your role this game. So like adhering to it and like optimizing it. The one thing that I would mention with this entire rollout, we'll get back to the actual opening in a second, but our painting here is very suboptimal. Like, as we're moving, instead of painting our feet like we're doing here, like in general, we could just be getting more paint. Like, as we're moving toward this wall, like as we're moving up the ramp, we could have got a bunch of paint down here. As we move toward this wall, we can get like paint over here. We can get paint all over in this area. I want us to like kind of fan out the paint that we're doing as we're moving in a direction. Obviously, we need to paint our feet so we can maneuver pretty fast in whatever direction we're trying to go, but make sure we're like trying to get paint. And like optimizing that depends on how fast you need to go or how important it is for you to have a special. Chump isn't the best special, so it's not super important you have it early. But if you are like this kind of supporty, painty type of weapon, you want to make sure that you're honing in on how you're painting early on in respect to like getting your special. And like your painting here is very much solely focused on getting to this direction and getting to a specific spot, which we can still be pretty fast, but we can also just get a lot of paint. And like we're focused on clams, but we're not getting like just general paint for the rest of our team to work with. We're like super focused on like, I need to get paint so that I can move into this direction. And we need to be a little bit more, we kind of have to understand like what paint is for. Because overall it's for movement. It's also to help you get your special. But it's for general movement. And the more that you can kind of get paint, it doesn't have to be perfect, and like fine tuning being fast, because you want to be fast to your positions, but you also want to make sure you get like some paint down. And this is just like a little bit too, sorry, this here, like this paint that you have is like very deliberate. And I want to see like more of this painted while you're like dropping from this ledge. You know, I want to see some paint over here, see some paint over here as you're initially spawning in. As you're climbing here, again, find this type of paint. And then, you know, if you want to get up here, I totally understand that. But once you're up here, I also want you to look to get paint, which you paint your bunker a little bit, which is nice. You give yourself a little bit of room to maneuver, but you can also sit up on this ledge and you can get paint over here. You can get some paint over here, you know, most of this is generally paint. You can turn around and get this kind of paint. When you're playing a painter type role, it's really important to be thinking about the map in terms of like, what can I paint in this type of scenario and what's currently painted? Because by the time we start looking to push them in this type of spot, we should have special ready. Even though Super Chump isn't like the most amazing special in the game, we can definitely have it ready in this type of scenario. And we want to get into the habit of getting that paint and getting those specials. I think I get punished later for not painting well. No, you're totally fine. Again, something like painting, it's the same thing that we were talking about in terms of timing windows and the speed at which we make decisions. This is something that you're going to slowly get better and better and better at. But if you are playing a support type of role, it's really important that you put a heavy emphasis on this, which is why it's really important for me to put a heavy emphasis as I kind of talk through this stuff. Because it's very easy to overlook. Yeah. Teammates went down, which is a little bit unfortunate. That's tough. I probably would have backed that a little bit sooner, but I think your spacing was okay. I think you got a little bit caught off guard from the damage of the bomb there. But overall, I think you played it pretty respectfully. But I probably would have been a little bit err on the side of being a little bit more defensive. And instead of playing this lane like this, because being out in the open is very vulnerable, I would rather us play like around this wall. Like we can still get paint in this kind of area because holding this area with paint is good. But I'd rather us play around this wall. You know, we can sit here and still get this type of paint. We can get high ground by just climbing up to this uninkable part. And like I was talking about in the previous review, you know, play so that you have an opportunity to drop down at any point because the enemy team has a player advantage. So they will be pushing you all. So you have to expect that you need to drop out at a certain point, but you know, play toward the end of the ledges here, but try to find more general opportunities for you to get value. I like the idea. I think you could have positioned yourself a little bit better so that you're not in as much danger. Because even though you died to like a rogue bomb there, if you're in this type of situation, if you played it the same way against like more aggressive weapons, they're also going to punish you in different ways. Yo, Sage, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Perfect opportunity for me to get some water. If y'all aren't hydrating at home, make sure you stay hydrated. But I hope you're doing well, my friend. Yeah. I probably can maneuver a little. This is should I probably give me their codes? Let's go. This is a little bit minor, but because your entire team is getting splatted. Doing well. What about you? We're doing real well. I always enjoy doing reviews and kind of just having conversations and trying to be a little bit more analytical about the game. I love those conversations. So anytime that I get to stream and there's other people to have those discussions with, it makes me very happy. So we are very happy. It's been a fun weekend. But yeah, in this spot, our entire team is going to be trailing behind, and they're going to probably want to take these types of positions. Like they'll either be, you know, your bucket ends up taking the spot that you're in now, but like realistically, they'll sit over here. They might sit up here. They potentially might go over this way, climb up this wall and sit up here. But this elbow here is like high retail for the defensive team. And we want to make it easier for our teammates to make an impact. So I like us initially taking the shots that we take here, but it might not be a bad idea to like continue to maneuver after. Like we get a couple of shots on this person, and then whether we get the splat or not, like let's keep moving a little bit. Because the rest of their team's kind of moving in from this way, and their paint ends here, so they're not, you know, they're not sharking in these types of spots. They're not threatening you in this type of spot. You can kind of generally flow a little bit more this way, and you can use this because there's like a ledge that you can like drop down. It's not like the best place to be, but you don't want to put yourself in a scenario where like the rest of your team wants to be in the same spot as well. Because this is how like bunching up happens, and you can, you know, part of it, the responsibility is on your teammates to not bunch up in the spot you're already taking, but you can help a little bit in this scenario by like fanning out already, or like looking for an opportunity in this spot. Because just by yourself, you're going to need multiple teammates to actually be able to help you here, and it's probably better for you to position closer to the basket and closer to where they're trying to score. So like I like the idea, but it might be a little bit better for you to kind of maneuver a little bit. And especially when you get these types of shots, you need to move anyways, because they're going to start looking at you. So yeah, this is a spot where you can drop down, play around this ledge, you know, you can wrap around this way, but just fan yourself out a little bit so your teammates can come in and have a separate angle. So you want to create the off angles because you're kind of the first one in. But I like these initial shots, but you need to take a few shots, and whether you get the pick or not, at a certain point, this person's going to react because you're not shooting at them and they're going to start shooting at you, and you need to be prepared for that. And us not maneuvering at all, like we're focused on getting the splat instead of staying alive, and it's really important for us to stay alive. Even if we don't get the splat here, it's totally fine. But if we stay alive and reposition, it makes the scenario a lot easier for all of us. Because like our teammate gets picked because they were in the line of fire that you were in, which partially that's their fault. They shouldn't be running up to you, but you also can kind of help mitigate those issues by just proactively kind of repositioning. But you end up getting the stop, like as a tough push. They're going to get a big push there regardless. You get an initial trade and then your team is able to wipe. So I think you played it pretty decently, but if you reposition a little bit better there, you're not going to get that initial pick on their zap, but it's going to make it easier for the rest of your team to have an impact. Yeah. And like right now, we just wiped the enemy team. We're not taking as much space as we could be. Like we're being too deliberate with our paint. I'm gonna go, we'll go into Manta after this. And this is an exercise you should try. If you play a painting weapon, you should do this on every map and just get comfortable and get with where you need to position and like what you can paint. Over time, when you play the game, you'll get better at your decision making on what's important to paint at any given moment. But we're not getting out as much paint as we could be. And like, this is just part of the process of getting better. When I was playing competitively in Splatoon 2, I only played it a little bit toward the end. I was really late getting into competitive Splatoon. But this is like how I would paint with like the with K-Shot. When I was playing the Kinza splatter shot, I would have like this very narrow approach to just like, I'm just getting like I know I need to paint, but like I'm not doing it as optimally as I can. So I'll kind of demonstrate it after this. But yeah, the way that we're painting needs a little bit of work, which is totally fine. It's a really tough concept. So you're not alone in this. But I like that we get special and we kind of hold control until we're ready to go. Yeah. Our maneuvering needs to get a little bit smoother. I think some of this you can work on in recon mode, which I can demonstrate when I'm demonstrating painting. But it feels very like you're very robotic and awkward when you maneuver around the map. And again, more reps will smoothen this out. But you know, you're shuffling with a couple of decisions. You know, you're looking to move up here, but it's like, you know, our teammates are already over here and one just dropped. Like, you know, if I move up here, I'm bunching up and I'm contributing to us bunching up. So I like that you decide not to do that and instead look for this kind of off angle, which I probably would prefer us. If we're going for this kind of jump, especially with a full tank, I'd rather us throw a bomb and use special. And maybe throw a bomb up in bunker, like this bunker area up here, before we just start maneuvering over here. But I like the idea of you taking an off angle here. This is good. But we're doing it without any information, without any additional paint. So as we get up here, the only way for us to go is like backwards. We have to paint this wall. We have to paint over here if we wanted to drop. And like, because we didn't throw a bomb, because we didn't get a special down, we're stuck in a spot where there's an enemy approaching us and we have to paint our way. So in this type of spot, we'd have to move back. But if we're more proactive before we start jumping over and we throw a bomb in this kind of spot, or we throw a bomb up here, or we paint this area before we jump, then we can be a lot faster once we're in this dangerous area when an enemy can actually interact with us. So a lot of this is just pre-planning, but I can tell that you're very uncomfortable. So it's to be expected. It's something that you'll work on. But the nice thing about it is that you can work on it in recon mode outside of just playing the game until you get more and more comfortable. And obviously when you're playing the game in recon versus getting shot at and, you know, specials going off all over, bombs going off all over, it's a different experience. But at least getting confident in your mobility and maneuvering around walls and climbing walls and painting walls, you'll get better at that over time. Yeah, like this idea is great. Yeah, we can't use super chump for this this type of play. You do get the pick, which is cool, but we're a little bit too aggressive here. Like there's still a large timing window before the super chump actually explodes. So like we can't pick this up. Like this is just a very greedy play. This is a spot, instead of us being aggressive, our role is to paint, and the value that we lose for us going down here, even in a spot where like, you know, somehow your bomb gets a pick and you're able to like move forward and get a score. I still don't like this play because your team more than ever right now needs you to paint. I don't know what the paint looks like overall on the map, but it's probably not ideal. Your team actually did a decent job because your sloshing machine moved out a little bit. So like you did do a good job of painting, but like there's still a lot more that we can do. And we're pushing into a spot where we have 0 paint, which is very dangerous and very risky. And as our painter, we don't want to be putting ourselves in that role. If we're a Tetras or we're something that has more mobility, or we can one-shot something up close, then you know, we can gamble a little bit in these types of spots, but as a splash, that's not our role. You get a score though, so on the board. This isn't a great push, but you know, sometimes that can inspire some confidence with the rest of the team, especially in solo queue. And yeah, again, I didn't mean to fast forward through that. That's my bad. I'm getting a little EP. But yeah, like our painting here is very much like I'm only painting to get me from point A to point B. And as a support, we can't do that. If you're a blaster and you don't paint well, yeah, you can just paint your feet and kind of maneuver. Or if you're a charger, yeah, you can just kind of paint your feet just so that you can get to where you need to be. But like as a support weapon, this is not what we're trying to do. We need more general coverage for our team. Seems able to break the basket. There's a lot of chaos and unstructured stuff happening here, but love madness. Let's go. Madness is a real one for helping us out with some review codes. If you need me to help record, just let me know. Say less, I got you. But yeah, again, a minor thing. I'm not trying to like criticize this, but I just want to, again, it's one of those like planting a seed and just giving you an idea. So like in the spot, you maneuver, you want to reposition so that you can help, like you anticipate correctly, and you anticipate that they're gonna take cut in this type of spot, and so you end up repositioning yourself to literally be right at cut and meet them here. And there's smarter ways of approaching this. Partially, like you already have a machine. Like a machine is great in this type of spot. It can sit right here. It can hit, you know, it can move up a little bit. It can hit this area. It can hit this wall if they're sitting on the wall. If they pop out, like machine just in general does a really good job of covering this. But let's just say it's like a 1v1 and it's just you and like the one person that is trying to move over in this spot. You path all the way around like this. In these types of positions, I would rather us have height advantage. I'd rather us climb up the wall. If we want to watch this spot, let's watch it from up here. I don't want to watch it from down here. I want to watch it from up here. Or if we want to pre-fire this area, instead of pre-firing it, holding onto this wall like we end up doing, we can sit on this little grate that's right here, which, you know, Splatlings use this really, really well. And Machine can also do a decent job of using it. But like if we want to pre-fire, like let's sit on like some high ground. Like we can sit up here or we can sit on this grate and like we can get a pre-fire and, you know, using height advantage. Versus like taking this very awkward fight and having to go around all the way versus, you know, climbing up here. Like we're losing a little bit of time. And like the anticipation and your awareness is really good. You know what they're trying to do. And I love this, but we're not going about it in the best way. We're very rough and unoptimized with how we're taking it. Which again, I'm not too critical about it because this is a optimizing like this can be tough, but I just want to plant the seed that there's other ways to approach this than just being on the other side of the wall and like trying to meet them there. And when we start talking about painting, this is one of the concepts with painting that I'll specifically go over, where we, you know, it goes back to being more efficient with our time when we paint. Love the bomb in the bunker. That's really good. We use it to collect information, which I like. This is good. We almost have special. If all of our teammates are playing over here, like if no one was over here, it's fine. But if two teammates are over here, I don't like us just holding this type of position. We need to fan out a little bit and like start looking to, you know, push into mid, or if mid's too scary, we can take bunker. Or if bunker is potentially scary, we can go wide and like play off of our plot. There's different ideas, but I don't like that we're all bunching up here because we give them opportunities to take a lot of angles, and we need to be a little bit more spread out, especially on a large map like Manta. Nice shots. We take those. Yeah, and again, we're wasting a lot of our paint going over the same places, which we'll go over here in a bit. Have to be careful about our positioning when we have ball because they're gonna know that we're there. But I think you understand that we need to start making a play. But instead of moving forward in the spot, again, our role is to be a support. And if we can just get a bunch of paint down in these scenarios, then it'll make it a lot easier for the rest of our team. And when we're chilling in this kind of spot, instead of just moving forward and like, oh, I want to like look to take this position, like I like that you're trying to get some general paint over here, but we can paint a lot of this like near a ledge or toward the base of this ramp and be able to do it pretty safely. And when I go over the painting and stuff, that's kind of what I want to establish. We're painting very linearly, and then we're like moving with the paint. Where I want us to like not move around quite as much. Like we want to rotate around the map a lot, especially as a support weapon and a painting weapon. Like there's a lot of large movements that we're maneuvering around. But like, let's say as an example in this spot, if we were trying to paint this right side, or I'll just say we're already on left side. So if I wanted to paint this left side, instead of like moving this way, getting this paint, moving this way, getting this paint, moving this way, getting this paint, we can kind of just like sit here or potentially sit like on the plot and just paint everything in like one swoop. It doesn't have to be perfect paint, you know. This isn't going to be fully blue at the end of everything or fully in our color, but we can be we can be a lot more efficient with how we paint. And that's what I'll go over after this. I think I was panicking and kept looking for a play. I felt like no one else was trying to get the ball. No, I'm with you. I can definitely see like the wheels turning in your head. And again, the idea is good, but we're not playing our role properly for it. And this goes back to the importance of painting. Because if you look at the map in a lot of these spots, like if you're not getting this general paint in these important areas, like their bunker important, mid important, this lane over here important, this plot sometimes important. But if you're not getting paint in these central areas, these weapons don't want to waste their time painting because it's not good for them. They can paint sometimes, but they don't want to sit there and just paint forever because that's asking a lot out of a weapon that isn't going to be able to paint that all that well. So yeah. Part of, like, you're not wrong, but part of it felt like no one else was trying to get the ball. Like I think it's fine for you to hold the ball, but the rest of your team trying to make plays, they're restricted in their movement because we're not painting. Which again, as you continue to get better at painting, you'll notice this more and more of like how you can enable the rest of your team through paint. Because it's a hard concept to fully understand. And again, as I super focus on this and I watch other players better than me paint and stuff, like I learn more and more things. And as I do a better job focusing on painting, I'll notice spots where like things go a little bit smoother, teammates have more room to maneuver, and like things are like we get caught off guard less often by stuff because there's just like more general paint. There's a lot of just like side benefits that alleviate a lot of pressure that's put onto your team. Yeah, this is another perfect example. This is like a perfect example to just demonstrate my point. Oh shoot. So you're trying to paint this like back street plot area thing. I don't even know what this call out is. So you're right here, which is great. And so what you end up doing to paint this, and like there is a little bit of a threat here, so it's like a little bit scary, but they're not super threatening. If they start moving forward, then we can probably use the wall or like take alternative angles and like punish them. But they're not going to really press this because a paintbrush can't really do that, especially when you know that they're there. But anyways, you're painting this whole area. This is like your overall goal. What you end up doing is you drop, you paint here, you turn left, you paint here, you start maneuvering this way, and then you can start painting here. It's very slow, it's very clunky, it's very awkward. You can paint this literally sitting in the exact spot that you're at now and just get this fan paint out. Just, you know, look over here and, you know, there's just like this cone of paint that you're able to do by just sitting in the same spot and just getting this fan of paint all the way around. And it's going to be a lot faster to get this paint. And you're also safer because you're staying on high ground while you're getting this paint. And sometimes you're going to want, you know, like there's certain times where you want to move forward and you can like paint the side as you're moving forward because speed's more important. But like you're holding this kind of position down, you're keeping an eye on what this paintbrush is doing. I like us holding high ground here until we get some of this painted, until our teammates start responding in, and until we have special ready. So I like the idea, but this is just like a small example of like our painting here is really, really awkward, which allows us to paint less and we're at more danger of getting splatted. And it's not good for the entire team as a whole. A double is nice though. When we get a double like that, I don't think we necessarily need to use special. I think when we get a double, we probably can assume, especially when we have a teammate with us, we can kind of assume that like we can start painting mid for free. So I would hold my special in this spot, but you know, special, shiny, I'm ready to use it. I don't hate the play, but we probably can get more value out of our main weapon than using special in that spot. Yeah, and in this case, we're a little bit too scared. I don't know. I don't want to get too nitpicky because I think the main thing I want to focus on here is the paint. But again, just to kind of plant the seed, one thing that I do want to mention when it comes to painting and stuff with all of this. So I like your caution with this. But like when you notice this person and like your teammates pushing them and stuff, at this point, we want to be moving forward and like either we can aggressively collapse on this person with our teammate, or even if we're just in painting mode, we need to be a lot more aggressive with our painting. We can sit here, we can get a decent amount of paint here, then we can jump over and we can paint our entire plat, and then this person's stuck. And we never have to take a single risk in this entire situation. So there's different ways that we can approach this, but we don't need to sit back here. We got 2 picks, our teammates already taking this fight. We need to go and help them. And we can help them by painting, or we can help them potentially by moving in and like getting into position to get the pick. It just kind of depends on how this person plays it. But yeah, we need to be a lot more aggressive with our painting in this spot, because we should already have, at this point, we should have already have gotten the pick on this person. But now the rest of your team, because you were slow and you're playing very scared, the rest of your team isn't able to get, like, the timing window on this pick on this person is gone. And this person comes in and cleans up these people because they weren't able to get the pick fast enough, because they didn't have the paint and the pressure and the kill potential with you as a zap in this type of position. So this is like the overall effect of all of this. If this was very smooth and like, you know, use chump, you can or cannot use it in that spot, and I don't, whatever, that's not the point here. But regardless, you use chump here, totally fine. You throw the bomb, love it, and then you see someone moving over there. You have to be very quick to hit this timing window, because when you miss the window, your teammates get punished for it. And them dying here is your fault, because you did not help them out. You didn't help out the VDS when they initially were looking to help clean this person up. Because if y'all get that pick, it should be pretty painless, and then you're starting to take control. And if this Painbrush like drops and sits in the spot, then they're a free pick as well. And then you're pushing the enemy base with, you know, hopefully some clams and a good push opportunity to take lead. But all your momentum gets stopped because you specifically played it too slow here. Unfortunate, truthfully. So yeah, we don't need too big of a push here, but we need to like play defense. The one thing I want to keep in mind, like, it feels like we don't have a lot of time, but 42 seconds is a ton of time. We just have to make sure we play good defense for a little bit. So I don't want us to be too panicked with all this. Even if they get the score, I don't want us to be too panicked. Ah, that's tough. Let me go back into this type of position. Oh, I went into it too much. My bad. So in this type of spot, like, I know you're scared about this person coming in. I don't hate this play. But like, instead of just running at these people, which again, you have a carbon that's already in position and they're already looking at this play because they see the ball and they see them jumping over. But you also have a machine that also wants to deal with it. Instead of going for this play directly, because again, and this is over time, you'll get better at evaluating these situations. Yo, what's up, Birdie? Do you review scrim games? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. If you have anything, definitely !review. Join the channel, and yeah, we do it all. Scrim, solo queue, tournament matches, whatever you get. Probably, hopefully not Turf 4. I don't love Turf 4, but yeah, we definitely can look over some scrim stuff. To me, that's always the most fun, but the solo queue is also really important as well. So yeah, instead of taking this directly, again, this is another opportunity for us to sit in this type of spot, establish good paint in this area, you know, if this area is clean, then we can move up to this wall. You know, our front line's probably going to focus on this ball because that's like the immediate threat. So we can get paint here, make sure the coast is clear. In this spot, it's mostly painted, so maybe we take like a split second to paint that. And then we can maneuver onto this like wall over here and we can watch the right side. Because this person wants to watch the left side, which leaves this right side open. Again, this is like, there's a lot of stuff happening in this spot. I'm not too worried about it. I think the way you played it is like totally fine. But to me, even if this score goes in, it's not a big deal because we have the defense ready for it as long as we're able to get these picks cleanly. And if we all end up kind of bunched up together, then this is not going to be a clean play. So I'm okay with this score going in, which they probably don't get either way. But even if they get the score, it's totally fine. It doesn't even like take points off. But even if they get like a okay push, if they get like 3 clams in after this, but you wipe them, you know, instead of it being 47, it's like 40 and like you're chilling, you're happy. And this is like a little bit of like the specific clam blitz stuff, but them scoring on the spot is a lot less dire than you think it is. Also, your team doesn't have a ball, so it actually would probably be beneficial for them to score here if you get the cleanup. But I don't want to focus on that too much, but I know you mentioned that you don't play a ton of clam blitz. There's a lot of complicated decisions in these types of scenarios. It's hard to evaluate because this isn't always the case. In certain spots like this, it is really important to stop the Rainmaker carrier. And I like the clam blitz person that's trying to score. But in this type of scenario, it's you're a lot more comfortable than you're like. I feel a lot of panic coming from you when you should be a lot more cool, calm, collected. This isn't that too bad of a situation. Even if the number doesn't look the most friendly and the time isn't most friendly, this is not bad at all. This is a very reasonable, very almost not easy, but a very reasonable situation for us to come back from. Good stops. In this type of scenario, I'd like us to continue to move forward. And like once this person drops, then we can like shoot them. But I don't like us holding this type of position. It's super minor. But we can be moving. Like we have to wait a couple of seconds anyways for that person to drop. So I'd like us to continue moving in whatever direction we're trying to go. Just to save us a few seconds. I'm more level-headed in zones and tower. Yeah, it's definitely like it's certainly a comfort thing. Only played clams 4 times since the game dropped. Didn't play much in 2. Honestly, it's fair. I think it's uploaded. Not sure if it's the right format. Let's see. Yeah, looks good to me. If you have any additional notes, feel free to put them in where it says like any additional information. If you have any questions or anything specific, let me know. But otherwise, looks good. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. You're definitely the one on your team that would want to pick up the ball here. As like the supporty, painty, like backliney. Contextually with this mat. Like they're going to be looking to be more aggressive in forced fights. And we're painting, or we should be attempting to paint for them. So when we're in this type of role, it's good for us to hold ball. Okay. We have a special. Okay, we're popping specials. I feel the panic. Nice. Nice, okay. You're able to get the Jeej. The one thing I do want to mention at the very end there, and that's like it's on this map in general, but when you were sitting, like I like that you're taking this type of path. Instead of jumping this way, I would rather you go through their elbow. A, because you can potentially catch someone off guard, and if you stop someone here, like you're super chilling. There wasn't a ton of time, but this isn't that much slower. But you can throw the clam from like up here and score. And like holding the enemy teams, like holding control of this elbow is really, really important on basically every mode in this game. Not as much in zones because you don't have to push past like this area, but it's good in basically every mode. I mean, it's still good in zones. Like if you have a splatling or something that can sit up here and prevent them from holding this type of spot, then we're chilling. But yeah. Anyways, yeah, the big thing here is I want you to get super fixated on painting. We just need to we need to dissect this concept of painting and start breaking down how we can do this better. We want to, from your perspective, we want to fan paint, and I'll show you kind of what that looks like. I don't know if that's a proper term, but that's what I'm calling it here. We want to do more fan painting and not specifically just paint our feet, but we want to get like general coverage of paint. We also want to understand that paint equals, I really don't want to put the word opportunity because it's, I'm just going to do, but it's opportunity, it's freedom, it's the ability to maneuver, it's how you get around the map. This is important for both you and especially the rest of your team. And especially when you have these really greedy weapons like carbon that you have to feed them. The same way I want you to feed me codes so we can go and review them. This carbon wants you to feed the ground paint so that they have the ability to maneuver around and look for tricky plays. You open up more opportunity, more options, more choices for your team when you're able to paint. We also want to know like important areas to paint. And depending on the map and depending on the mode and depending on the comp and the scenario, whatever the immediate priority that you need to paint is going to slightly differ. But when you analyze a map generally, it's generally going to hold for most of the modes. But in certain modes, it might change a little bit. And there's common themes throughout where you need to paint in a lot of spots. But like we need a crash course, which it's going to take time, but we need to really focus on just the painting aspect. And then the other thing, which painting, it'll help with the painting, but I want us to be focused more on central positioning. Again, I'm kind of making up terms here. I'll explain myself a little bit. So what I mean by central positioning is that we want to hold strong positions because we're doing a lot of we're like maneuvering around too much in a way that's like harmful for us. So for example, when we're painting over here and we drop, like we're sitting on elbow, we paint here, we drop. We paint here, we drop, or we move in that position. We paint here, like there's a very clunky approach to all of this. And we can, if we hold this central position here, we can get all of this paint and we can start maneuvering to the next strong position. So like, you know, we need to sit, because dropping into the bunker is a little bit of a commitment, but usually it's okay depending on the situation. But, you know, we move from elbow to like the bunker area and we can get, you know, we can get paint over here. We can get paint over here. We can get this area painted all from this central, like all from one spot. And again, we're going to demonstrate this, but from this one spot, you can get paint in all of these areas. And as you continue to move forward, you're in mid. Not that you need to paint everything. Again, this is where like knowing what's important to paint at any given moment so that you only paint as much as you need so that you can also be fast and maneuver on the map when you have to be fast is important, but it's really important to establish this type of kind of situation. If you're in their bunker and you're pushing forward, you can paint all this, you can paint over here, you can get paint over the bunker and get this type of paint. And we want to really focus on these central positionings, these strong positions. Sit here, get all of this paint. And that's how we want to like focus on the map and focus on the way that we maneuver around the map. Because every map has like strong positions, especially for like the painter. So that's kind of the biggest thing. There's other things in terms of like just your general movement and stuff that you can get more comfortable with, but I think in time you'll get better just with more reps. I'm not too worried about it. I think a lot of your intuition of like what you need to do is actually really strong. You're just very inefficient with the way that you're executing. But I think your brain is like making good decisions. We just want to be able to execute them and have it do it in the best way possible to help both ourselves and the rest of our team. But for a news app, that's super solid. I think we work on this painting a little bit and we're in a really good spot. Because yeah, for a game this long and for us being the central painter, this number is unacceptable. It's not bad paint number, but it's like, we should probably be like 1600 at least. We probably could push 18, maybe 2K. They're not going to be painting perfectly either, but this number should be way higher. What that number is going to be dependent. If you're playing against, like, your paint numbers are going to be inflated if you're playing against another team of painters, because you're just like trading paint back and forth. If you play against teams that don't paint a lot, your numbers aren't going to be as high. So don't worry too much about a specific number, but you'll notice trends as you play through. Train my zap painting and positioning. Let's go. But real quick, I just want to show you an example because we just watched Manta. I just want to show you, like, because I showed it in the overhead, but I want to show you kind of what that looks like. And again, I'm not the most optimal painter by any means, but this is like closer to what you'll want this to look like. And I'll use funnies up. Flings of Maintenance too. I don't know what a shooter is. Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense when you let me know that you're Flings of Main. That actually makes a lot of sense in the way that you're painting. That makes a whole lot of sense. Flings of Brain let me down. I played a little bit of Flings at the beginning of this game, so I love Flings. Alright. I have to use my main monitor over here. So yeah, when we're going in, like when we're moving this way, just get some paint. As we're maneuvering, just, you know, get paint. Get this type of paint as we're maneuvering. You know, we're on here. We're in this spot. Instead of having half paint, we have a full bar of paint. Because as we were maneuvering, and like, again, this paint isn't fully optimal, but we're painting other parts of the map as we move forward. And when we're in this type of central position, if we need to paint all of this, instead of painting this, and then painting this, and then like painting this, and then painting this, instead, you know, like we can cover this, we can cover this. Obviously, like the paint's gonna look nicer because I've already gone over it once, but you know, this is how we can get that kind of paint and just get more general coverage. If we're in this type of position, you know, just understand, oops. If you don't want to drop in this spot, just understand like how much paint you can actually, you know, get. You know, you can paint over here. It's like, are we even painting? Like, are we focusing on these types of areas? Not that this paint's the most important, but it's like, just understand the limits of like where you need to paint. Oh, I was trying to show like the rest of this over here. And just see the amount you can paint in like a very safe position. You know, you look on the map, like that's a lot of coverage that you can do. If you sit over here, you can start getting some paint in this type of spot. You can hit mid. And when you're in a mat, you can't just like sit here and jump the whole time if there's like threats potentially. But I just kind of want to show like the general range. In this spot, when your teammate was pushing this person over here, like you're painting this in front of you, where instead you can sit here and get all of this paint. You don't even have to take the fight, but you can back this person up into this corner where they have nowhere to go, and they have to, you know, if they start fighting your teammate over here, you know, then you get this paint down and you look to reposition and you paint a little bit closer. And like if they commit to your teammate, then you can go in and like actually take the fight. But in the meantime, if they're just backing themselves into this corner, just, you know, just checkmate them. Wait, make it so that they don't have any decisions left. Also, Birdie, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And also thank you for the replay code. As we continue to move forward, you know, you painted up here and you just painted the single wall. But in the spot, you can paint this wall before you jump. You can paint over, you know, like, so when you cross over, you have a little bit of paint already established. And this will give you information, because if this stuff gets painted over, then there's probably someone in the area. You can throw a bomb before you cross over, and that can give you information before you commit over the ledge. If you take this area, you can paint here, you can paint over here, you can paint a little bit over there. Tiny bit onto their plot, you know, same thing as the other position. When you're pushing into the enemy base, you can get paint in these types of areas, you know, without committing yourself to anything. It's like you get all of this cover and all of this paint for free. And as a support player, you need to be thinking about the game in these types of terms. If you're dropping out of your base, you can paint the entire plot from this type of area. And, you know, the most efficient way of painting with whatever weapon you're using, that's where you watch other people and get ideas. But this is the general theme, you know. When you ended up pushing over here, obviously you were in a time crunch, so like you had to start moving forward. But, you know, you could have also have done this and scored the power claim up here. But if you're in this type of position on the enemy side, you can get very general paint all around their side. You can get paint into their spawn. You can paint this entire area. You want to think about this very general paint. It doesn't matter, you know, even for paint like this, it doesn't matter that it's like perfect, because your carbon doesn't care that it's like, oh, it's like the perfect condensed amount of paint. They just need something. So like if they're in this type of spot, and this could be anywhere on the map, like with this type of paint, they get to reposition like so much for free. They can even cut through these areas. Even if there's enemy paint in these spots, they can still cut through and get to where they need to get. So that's why like this general paint is just so important. Because it allows mobility, it allows options for the rest of your team. Even spotty paint is good. Yeah, exactly. Especially as like an aggressive Flingza. Absolutely. So that's kind of the main thing that I want to like focus on with all of this, is just try to get this general paint. You know, you can paint walls if you need to. Painting walls is definitely good. And like in this type of spot, just, you know, it doesn't have to be perfect. This allows anyone on your team to get anywhere up on these walls. Versus like, okay, I need to paint this and then I need to paint this. Like, it doesn't matter if it's this full solid color or if it's this Nickelodeon looking paint over here. You know, at the end of the day, it's going to get them to where they need to go. So it's better for you to be faster than like, you know, take your time and be like very perfect with everything. So hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully my idea, and like, obviously it's going to take a lot of time to apply and get better at, but hopefully this helps in terms of like what it means to like be the painter on your team and how your brain needs to focus on it. If you want to push, like there's that one time where you're like pushing a fight on their plat and stuff, instead of like taking this fight, just sit here, just get a bunch of paint, get this paint over here. That's the other important thing about central positioning, is that if you start pushing up here to paint and then you start pushing up here to paint, if something's happening over by cut and you're positioned all the way over here because you were trying to paint their plot, you're probably not going to be able to make it in time to like help with this fight. But if you're like sitting in this type of spot and you're just getting good general paint, okay, now I can rotate. I'm here. I'm ready to go. Oh, I need to paint a little bit over here for special. Easy. I'm back in. Already in their bunker. Let's pop special. Let's go. Throw your bomb in the right spot. What is wrong with these auto bombs? Yeah, you know, get your bombs. Let's go. And as you get more comfortable with your movement, you know, you can make these types of paint plays. Or you can like paint, you can jump, paint a wall, and climb up it pretty seamlessly. And when you have to reposition in any sort of spot, you can do it pretty seamlessly. And that's something that you'll work on as you get better. I'm not worried about that too much now. I just want you to know that the general paint is important. I want to show one more map real quick. I don't know which one. But we're going to show one more map just to kind of drive the point home. I think Mako's another important map where the central positioning is really important. Because if you like drop the paint in a lot of spots, it's harder for you to rotate. And this is something I noticed when I was playing this map. I was playing Splash, so Splash and Zap are a little bit different when it comes to paint, but they're both pretty good. So first thing, if you're on stack, for example, just like, especially with Zap, it's just like, look at all this paint. Just look at the range that you're able to get just painting like on the stack. You know, even on the lower part of the stack, you can get all the way over here. You can paint over here. Like your area of cover on the stack, on high ground, on this important spot is, you know, it's like half the map basically. And if you want to push up and paint a little bit more, you know, you can sit in this spot, hit these areas. 2 seconds to hit those spots. You know, this isn't like the best paint ever, but if someone needs to move through, they're able to do so. You know, you can also like throw bombs and stuff if you need to. Throwing bombs to paint obviously is not optimal by any means, but especially auto bombs can help you get information and scout out stuff. But you know, if you need to paint these spots and if you need to paint it a little bit better, then you can like slow down, you know. Because like you can get rough paint very quickly by just like doing that and then you're rotating. And granted, it's, you know, it's not good paint, but it is some paint. But if you want to paint it, like if you just wipe the enemy team and you want to paint this left side, then like, you know, you have time to just kind of chill a little bit. Make sure that you get more clean paint to where your team can very comfortably like maneuver through it and everything. But if you know, if you paint here and then, oh, I'm going to be here. Oh, I need to paint this. Okay, I need to paint this. It's like, yes, you can hit this back area. It's like, oh, I'm painting this and then I'm painting this. It's like you're wasting so much time. Versus like holding these like central spots where you can like get a fan of paint out in a lot of spots all at once. You know, sit in these type of spots, you know, you can poke. So like if holding the enemy right stack, so if you're pushing this way, oops. Holding this type of spot is like holding the right stack in general is really good. Like even when the enemy team is like pushing out, if you want to pressure them and slow them down from being able to start pushing in, like you don't have to give yourself like a line of paint so you can move forward and like look to take the fight directly. As a painter on the team, you can apply pressure to the enemy team by holding this type of safe spot. You're not going to get picks from up here, but you just get general paint. You paint their ramp. You can't really get their freezer, but you can paint their entire stack for free. You can paint this street for free. And at any point, if they start threatening you, you're playing over by this ledge, and you can do it over here as well. It doesn't really matter. You know, you can move up a little bit and then move back when you need to. But, you know, if you play around the ledge, you can drop out at any point. Okay, I need to rotate. Up out something over here. Or, oh, there's an opportunity for me to get this paint real quick. And then I'm moving. And it's just good to think about being efficient with painting in this type of context. So every map has its own unique areas in terms of like where you want to position and how you want to paint, but yeah, this is a very broad concept that takes a lot of practice and a lot of trial and error. and a lot of thought to really start executing well. So, you know, this is going to take a lot of time in order for you to get better at. So don't worry, don't feel embarrassed or feel like, oh man, like there's just like so much that, you know, little increments. You get a little bit better, a little bit more comfortable. Over time, you'll be a really strong painter and support player. And obviously there's more to support than just painting, but painting is really important. So that's why I like put an entire focus on painting in this. There's other small things that we can focus on, and I tried to sprinkle those in a little bit in case you were interested, but the paint thing is the main focus. So anyways, that's all I got. We're close to the 5-hour mark and it's really late. So this indicates that I should probably sleep. What that also means is that we need to look to raid someone. And I see Mochi streaming. And Mochi is not playing Splatoon, but they are a Splatoon player. But they also do some really awesome art. And I like to celebrate art. We love art in the Splatoon community. They're a really good artist and very fun stream to be in. So I'm gonna pass it over to them. Some timestamps, let's go. But yeah, appreciate everyone. Again, we're gonna be back at it and just kind of keep going through everything. So I hope everyone has a good night. Absolutely Fizzy, thank you so much for the review code. If anyone else is interested, oh yeah, I should probably, before I raid, if you want to submit a review, use this Discord, read the rules, submit your review, totally free. We review them in the order that they are submitted. So the faster you submit it, the quicker your review will happen. Any support on the main YouTube channel, I would really appreciate. I'm going to try to make more guides and general stuff. Like a lot of the stuff we did with painting, I want to summarize into a video because I think it's really important for a lot of people. But any support on that, I truly really appreciate. All the VODs that we do, I condense them into 15 to 20 minute videos, or at least that's what I'm doing now. And those get posted there. So if you don't have time to watch the entire stream and the entire VOD, but you just kind of want to keep up on like the main points and the important points for all these reviews, I always appreciate the really long form version of all this, but you know, you have to be respectful of your time, and some people may only have a little bit of time to be able to spend on Splatoon. So if it's more digestible to have the more important parts in the review, main channel is a great way to kind of keep up without having to be here for 5 hours a day to see all the parts. But if you would like to do that, there is the VOD channel. The last one I posted, I timestamped until like the last 2 videos that I put in. Well, one of them was an older one, but like I'm gonna start updating the titles. Like they're gonna have the date in it of like when the stream happened, but I'm also gonna put like, you know, what I did. So like if I played X rank, if I played open or league, if you know, if we did reviews, I'll mention who the reviews were for that day, and that's gonna be kind of that's how I'm going to organize it. So I'm going to work a little bit on the organization, and I'm also going to link back to those long form reviews for all the shorter reviews. But if you're ever interested in going back into a stream, obviously you can do it on Twitch, but Twitch only holds the VODs for 30, 60 days. And for my own interest, I actually want to archive it for a little bit longer. So a main channel, I would really appreciate the support, but you know, VOD channel, it's cool too. Anyways, we're going to raid Mochi. Again, thank you all. Appreciate you. Hydrate. Get good sleep. Keep practicing Splatoon and keep getting better. Appreciate you all, and we will be doing it again very soon. So have a good night. Take care. Bye.